You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Man, OBS be tripping. There's a whole transition there that many of you elder folks know. The community's been here for a while. You know it's supposed to be there. I think it's the quad streaming thing. I apologize. Welcome. Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Let's bring that light down. It's turning me into a ghost. Top of the week. Welcome, Tara. Yes, you have many things to grump about, and I think we all agree. It's awful. It is awful what's happening over there. Tonight, we discuss the topic of campaign financing, lobbying, bribery, contributions. I admittedly came from a background in just the raw belief that politicians got away with basically legalized bribery. We had a politician on here, stream a week or two ago on stream, that tried to help us understand on a deeper level, but we just
What's wrong, Doug?
self-care already. Well, thank you.
I'm right as the mail.
I'll indulge in some relaxed time. I've earned this break. I've been streaming for 2 minutes. Or are you just helping me get limbered up for this? I'm for it. I'm for it. Thank you for the self-care. And I did get my water today. I actually have my brighter days ahead water, which you should remember too. My kiddos got that for me. I'll try to remember it. Try to use that as a guiding light for the dark times we've been living through past couple of years, Oz and me. How do you know it's water and not vodka? You will never know. You'd have to come here and smell it. And I won't let you. Today, anyway. Yeah. There was more today, but I'm drinking a coffee and just being quietly grumpy in the background. All right. Sometimes that's an improvement on the overall scope of things. Sometimes this is what you can do. Wanted to stop by real fast to say hi. I'll be back. I'm with a friend. Oh, please say hi to your friend. Tell them to subscribe to my YouTube channel and watch my YouTube VODs, please, because watch hours this year. Watch hours this year. But go have fun. See ya. It's Wadka. Wadka. Unsubbed, unfollowed streamer won't let me sniff his vodka. Is that all it takes to win your heart? Just to let you smell my drinks? No one needs an excessive sloppy day on stream. I believe that I stay lucid on a dumb amount of alcohol, and therefore I don't like to get sloppy because it's expensive. It's expensive. I think just being Finnish, I have a natural immunity to higher levels of liquor than most people. And I don't got a budget to try to get to even to get to buzzed is like it costs more than it's worth. So I just couldn't hang. Also, when I heard that out loud, I'm just like, ew, bad dates with that sloppy D. Oh, ew. Yikes. Well. So what I thought we would do tonight is learn. Yeah, I know you're here. You're here watching a live stream. You're like, learn what? Learn why? Learn more of the nuances about how businesses and other philanthropists step in and provide and help for various politicians. What's allowed, what's not, what actually goes on versus what doesn't. So, you know, some things aren't allowed, but still happen. And we're going to be touching upon all of that. First, I believe, Oz and I are going to be doing some roulette running in Final Fantasy to help prep ourselves a little bit better for the new expansion, which we still haven't collected the funds together to purchase. But we want to be ready once we can buy it. And we'll do that, and then we'll probably turn this into a research stream. But for those of you who are early or come in along the way, well, if you come in along the way, you're not hearing me say this right now, please feel free to help me understand from your own armchair research or perspective, or just share your opinion, what the difference is between a campaign contribution, a lobbying or special interest lobbying work, and bribery. Curious what you think or what you know. If you go and do research and find the answer and just tell me the answer, that's fine too. You don't have to have an opinion. You can just go make the truth your opinion, I suppose. If you want to get drunk, just buy a few $5 bottles of wine and regret existence itself. Ew. Troa. Hello and welcome, Troa. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about the opposite of self-care right now. Tonight we're talking about campaign contributions and lobbying. But Lycos just mentioned $5 bottles of wine, which just thinking about that makes my joints hurt. Let's pop in on Oz on Discord, and I'll continue to catch up with chat. Hi, Oz.
Hello.
I'm going to keep catching up with chat here, but I wanted to pop you in case you had commentary on stuff going on here. Sorry, I just graduated school. I want to forget, not learn. I hear that. Unfortunately, this is
the wrong stream if you don't mean to learn anything.
Yeah, not only is it the wrong branding, but it is especially the wrong day of my channel as well. It's the learningest most day of the week for this channel. I just got into the expansion myself. The level 80 quests are long. All right, that's cool. Well, we are finished with the MSQ, and we are just now building up beast tribes and dailies and whatnot, and saving up for the expansion ourselves. Zen moment returns. I remember a few years back going through an entire box of wine in an afternoon without realizing it. The next day was not pretty.
Oh no. That sounds like when my mom came out here and she drank way too many of a beer that she didn't realize how high of an alcohol content that they were. The whole next day, like, she was just basically a blob. She was laying down in our back seat, like, just fucking hung the fuck over. She's like, I don't know, I only drank like 4 beers. I don't know why it fucked me up so bad. And then she looked at the bottle. She's like, oh my god, there's 4% more alcohol in here than I'm not used to drinking with 4 beers.
Oh no. Yeah. Wine, especially cheap wine, is is one of those things that it's usually a fairly decent night. You're not necessarily a sloppy mess. You could just be cuddly or talkative.
Yeah, you're just chatty.
Or if you're a sad drunk, you could just be like sad in a corner and just drinking. But usually that night you'll usually just pass out. Yeah. But the next morning,
like fruit though. Fruit punch though.
No way I'm spitting this out.
This stuff, it tastes like fruit.
My
no
mom.
way, Jose.
My mom's not a wine drinker. One night, don't know what came over her. She drank 2 whole bottles in one night and was throwing up for a good while. Oh, that's too much.
No.
That is too much. And especially for somebody who's like not accustomed to having alcohol. Oh, not great. Fancy transition? Yeah, thanks. It worked this time. When I loaded into the stream and started to say hello to everybody, it pooped. It had a poop. I don't know. We're now streaming on 4 platforms at the same time, so I have a suspicion I'm hitting like the high end of RAM usage for this particular broadcasting software, and it's just like, I will only work for you sometimes. Also, hi Irishman. How are we doing today? I've never had a hangover, have been so drunk I couldn't feel myself swallow anymore. That's dangerous.
That's terrifying.
But no hangovers. Wow, lucky. You must have some propensity toward alcoholism in your genes. And hopefully you don't ever end up that way, but yeah, it's pretty wild. Troa says I send hugs for the Oz and also cookies. Well, thank you.
Cookies.
It's very kind. Oh no. Rico says worst part, she did it all on an empty stomach. Ugh.
Bad decision, bagels.
So all that was coming up was rancid wine. Oh. That can't be good.
No.
Yes,
Okay.
I decided if I couldn't feel swallowing, I should stop drinking. Oh yeah. I mean, what if you just like drown?
Yeah, that was my thought.
Even a single glass of wine is enough to make me feel not okay if on an empty stomach. I couldn't imagine 2 bottles. Oh yeah. I don't think I've ever experimented with drinking while empty stomach. I don't think the idea is very good. It's like going up in an airplane. You're just going to have some regrets because of the, disparity of what you're used to. Irish and German genes, that'll do it. That'll do it.
So, I have a question.
I have answers.
Given that the high level dungeons, quote unquote, is level 50,
Yeah.
do we want to do like, and we're only going to be getting poetics anyway?
Yeah.
I wonder, let me see. Let me check something before I make this comment.
Go ahead. Troa says, I suppose you could always use that as an instance if you make a mistake in the future and she gets on your case. Like, hey, remember when? It's always nice to have a little bit of just mild blackmail on somebody. Like, oh, that's funny, because I remember back when you...
Do we want to run classes that are not the highest level?
Yeah. So we're actually getting progress on something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, the adventurer in need is a tank.
Okay. Would you rather tank?
I would not rather tank.
I will tank. I'll figure out what tank I need to tank. Looks like a gunbreaker. Looks like I have my keys set for the most part. We get a good relationship, so we poke fun at each other often. It's a frequent comeback. Nice.
Nice.
Remember when you got sick on wine? Oh, this is a nice little bookshop. Don't remember seeing this here. Cho says, my friends brought me another care package today. The fact that it would get me arrested in Utah really shows that I've found my tribe. Aww.
Well, let's see if this works. It's been a very long time.
I cannot save this game, but thank you for the redeem. Sorry, you were saying I had fanfare in my ears.
It has been a very long time since I played White Mage, but we shall see how this goes.
All right.
Oh, apparently now the adventurer in need is a healer.
Okay. Well, it still works out. We'll still insta-queue. Well, actually, if it's the healer, then I might want to play as one of the harder to queue things.
Well, I'm playing a healer.
That's what I mean. Since you're the adventurer in need, I'm going to let you. I'm going to play as a
Gotcha.
something else as DPS, because I've got a lot of DPS to level up.
Sure. Ready?
Yeah. That's nice to have that insta-queue life. I don't care if you can't save. I'm going to try anyway. Appreciate that. You're our kind of goblin. I got some wasabi edamame, so it's so dang good. That sounds amazing.
Oh, Tonberry Dungeon!
Oh, this is a good one. Oh, get those. Get those. Oof. Do I not have any AoE at this level? That does not seem normal. Or right. Did they change monk?
I'm honestly nervous to do, like, basically any damage right now, because I'm like, I don't want the tank to die.
You should be alright.
Won't be okay if he keeps running away and going around corners.
Yeah, that part's rough as a healer. As a healer main. That part bothers me. Oh, I see. Yeah, I need to redo my everything for this job. Please don't judge me, those of you watching me be a poor monk. I don't have the right hotkeys. I'll just do my best.
That was weird.
Hmm.
My blood pressure just very, 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 very suddenly changed, and I got really lightheaded out of nowhere.
Oh. Doing okay? You're sitting, right?
I am sitting. I have no idea.
Alright, keep us in the loop. Okay.
Well, if everybody starts dying and I'm not verbally responsive, you know why.
Okay. I might make a ham and cheese toasty. Someone talk me out of it. I don't think this is the stream for talking you out of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Like, I'm definitely not the person that's gonna say, no, don't make a toasty.
I don't know any of my skills do when they're all out of order like this. I even see skills hanging off the bottom of the screen, so I'm not quite sure what's going on here. And they're lighting up out of order from what I believe ought to happen. It's further confusing. If you do it, you'll become an American. Are Americans known for ham and cheese? Thank you.
I'm like, hold on, we might die, but just because I'm like, ew.
Yeah, I saw it too. Appreciate you.
Mm.
I think I'm doing bad, but I don't think I have all my skills right at all. Make 12 and ignore me because I'm all about snacks. True. Tro's just talking about feeding into Tro's and into your future self. Hey. Oh, I don't even have sprint on this character setup. That could be dangerous.
Oh, no.
That could be dangerous. Oh, that was your lame attempt at talking him out of it? Yeah, it's not going to work that way.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Irishmen, a good number of us actually understand proper English and will speak accordingly. I'll go one step further and say my American accent's really just one of my accents. Oz knows.
Yep. There actually is no, nobody has ever heard the true D speak.
Not even Oz.
No, it's just been a very rare occasion.
Mythological. I was just trying to build up the suspense, but...
But it's true.
It's true, you've heard the true D.
The true D. I've been exposed.
Yikes. It's really more of an exposure. Alright, I have to run past this guy without sprint. Or, nope, I guess we're gonna go backwards. Okay. That's fine. Oh, well.
Getting pinched.
Yeah. Well, they don't go on stairs, right?
Nope,
Okay.
they don't.
He's running and getting the aggro, so that's good. That's a lot of beetles. I don't remember walking past this part, actually. I forget if that big Tonberry walks this way or not.
Potentially.
It's fun to use being an American as a potential threat, though. I mean, gestures vaguely.
Nothing, not a thing. I'm right as the mail.
There's one more up above that we didn't... Irishman, when I get a break in this dungeon, I will take up that triple self-care. I can't see anything polite about calling somebody out for like acting American. Not in these days.
No.
Especially not post-COVID. You know, you're being a real American right now. Oh,
Ew.
right? Just sounds bad. Wait, that door's still not open, is it? I think it's up here. I got 2 accents, American and stupid. You have a stupid accent? Oh, we did already do this one. It must be beyond that back corner. Yeah. I hang out with Americans a lot of the time, so I'm used to chips meaning what we call crisps. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna go pull the lever.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Since my DPS is somewhat useless anyway.
I like how the tank is all by themselves.
Where is the tank? Oh, they're up above. They must be doing the same thing we were doing, which is like, where was the other one? I just haven't done this dungeon in so long. And I hang out with Brits, Kiwis, and Europeans. Yep. Tara is a global citizen. I pick up accents very quickly if I speak with someone who has one. Without me realizing it, my language seems to want to adapt to who I'm talking to. I think
Same.
that is a very normal and regular thing to have happen. Yeah. I think that goes there. I think this goes here. I don't even have this ability anymore. Ugh, what a mess. What a big mess this all is. Maybe good. Oh, we're fighting. I don't know what the protocol is here. I'm just gonna try to hurt everything. I don't want it. Nice. These things die quick.
Yeah.
I'm a real red, hot-blooded American. I sit at home and complain about the weather and politics like every nationality. I suppose those things are probably pretty common in every country. Weather and politics. Insert evil Grinch smile here. You're right, I did forget my Discord announcement. Oz is not streaming tonight, though. Oz is just guest on my stream. Also, hi, Akumu.
I'm just playing some Final Fantasy.
I didn't hear the alert go off, did it? Actually, did not hear the chills. Is everything correctly functioning tonight? I hope. Streamer bot. They both worked? Okay, cool. Oof. Okay, after this, I have to do my due diligence and do my announcement. Akumu, I need to put you on the payroll as soon as I get a payroll. Because you're remembering more stuff about my streams than I remember. And Sketchy, I haven't forgotten your triple self-care. I did the thing. At least I have the button for limit break set up on this character somewhere. I forgot the water though. I remember the water. If I ever get added to payroll, I'd like to be paid in nachos. We can make that happen.
Dude,
What kind of
need to
salsa
have
do you
just
like with your
all of
nachos?
I just like I want to just have all of the nacho making things on hand.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be nice once we actually live in a place with a kitchen. I think it would be pretty nice to have nacho fixins. Okay, what am I saying about my stream tonight?
That you're forgetful, but you have your water. Oh, did you eat those chocolates, by the way?
No, I haven't yet. Have you tried it?
Nope. Kind of nervous about eating more sugar right now with what just happened to my body, though.
That's fair. Tonight's discourse campaign contributions. Lobbying, bribery. What's the difference? Instagram.com/Damien Holme. YouTube.com/Damien Holme. Twitch.tv/ yeah, the name again. And Kick.com. This goes in Oz's server, Nico's server, Botha and Spotted's, Yetis. I think that's the lot of them. Okay. Did the drink, didn't do the stretches or the posture check. Ugh. Watch out for things trying to kill you. Kale, are you trying to kill me tonight? Do I need to watch out for you?
Kale is always trying to kill you.
It's true. Or queso or cheese sauce, guess I should add. I would definitely need nachos to have both a cheese sauce and some sort of a salsa. Or at least some spice and tomatoes and onions, if not like the full salsa experience. Have the constituent components at least. I'm partial to queso myself. Queso, at least in this state, all the quesos here taste like salty cheese snot. They just taste like somebody just, you know what they taste like?
I have a different other a 3-letter word to describe kind of what it tastes like, and it's awful.
Yeah.
But I am gonna go take a couple minutes to just go be horizontal and completely flat.
Okay.
And just allow my body to sort of neutralize for a few minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, take care of you. Yeah, to me, you ever see the movie Fight Club? There's a scene where Tyler Durden is teaching the nameless character, the main character of the show, the movie, about how to make soap. And part of the soap making experience is getting fat. And so they go to a liposuction clinic and they steal some fat from there. They try to get it over a chain link fence and they're unsuccessful in doing so. The chain link fence cuts the liposuction fat sac open, and it starts spilling out. It's a really gross scene. It's meant to be a really gross scene, but the cheese snot that they call queso in Georgia reminds me of is that human fat falling out of the liposuction bags in Fight Club. Yeah, it's gross. I'm partial, or I read that already. If I feel like my face is melting, I'm satisfied, but the sweeter and for flavor ones are great too. Mexican food as a whole is just glorious. Could not agree more. The deprogramming of D's. Yeah. I come to stream, you know, to try to help people learn and grow in ways that I was maybe not taught, and in that I still find that as we talk about certain topics, there are things that I have been like grossly misinformed of myself, and one of them, it seems like, is the understanding of how politicians are funded in our country. And so when Oz and I are done doing roulette stuff, we're probably going to do some research and elucidate on some of that stuff. But feel free to weigh in on what you know, or if you want to do some armchair research right now and contribute that right now, especially while Oz is taking a quick break. Feel free to. I need a bot that just auto posts to everybody else's servers for me. I don't know. There are ways to do something like that, but it wouldn't be like a Discord bot, you know? You'd have to have something that automates your experience in Windows. Like it types and clicks your mouse cursor and stuff around. It would be something a little more complex than like just a Discord bot. Haven't seen you playing Final Fantasy for a while. Hey, Stuart. Yeah, I think Oz and I got burnt out for a while trying to do that, and just the needs, especially of the kids at the age that they were. It was a lot. It was the kids, our work schedules, the crazy amount of stuff that we're trying to do, and just everything. Like, we really wanted to play more, but it was hard for us to fit it in and do everything else, especially when I was trying to plan out the new like business plan for 2024 and then get that up and running. It was intense. I could not hop on an MMO. They just take up so much time, and I had so many other things I was trying to stream at the same time as well. We were big into Back 4 Blood for a while, Enshrouded for a while. I was doing like long form other franchises of games, like we did the entire King's Quest series, the entire Monkey Island series. Take up a lot of time. Brad Pitt actually took soap making lessons for that film. Wild. Why does he need to know soap? I wonder. Sounds tasty. Give it a good lick. What are we talking about? I know Maria has one post every time Diaz fangirl messes up. Yeah, but that's the owner of the Discord channel doing that. If Tara wanted to post in a bunch of people's Discord servers all at once when she went live, part of that would have to exist in a way that like they'd all have to consent to doing some automation like Mary. If it were like that strategy, you know what I mean? Silvos, welcome on in. Hello. By the way, I finished Still Wakes the Deep. Can confirm it would make a good stream game for you. Excellent. I think once it gets to be a little more spooky season, we're going to add that to our stream nights for sure. Simple puzzles, not too much dialogue. When it does have some, it's a Scottish character with a unique slang. Oh, that's fun. I like learning new slangs. Oh, yeah, I used that bot too. Yet another general purpose Discord bot. Is that what that one stands for? Yeah. Someone told me the accents were bad, though I can't confirm I didn't play it. Interesting. I don't know if I'd be the resource to be able to tell whether a Scottish accent was well done or poorly done. I might be able to tell. I've studied more accents, some accents more than others. Twitch's API has a check for if a stream is online, and Discord bots aren't too hard to make. Get a bot that polls if a stream is live every 30 seconds or minute and post in Discord channels with the stream title, format, links, etc. Yeah, but how do you get that bot on other people's servers? That's the thing. You can get it on. You can make that happen on your own. Yeah. Just post me a sandwich. I thought they were pretty good, though they could be referring to it being hard to understand at times. Oh, maybe. You'd need to get authentication for every server it posts in. Yeah. And not everybody wants to give that kind of control over to somebody else. I messed around with Yag I don't know how to I don't know how to say that bot's name fast. We'll just call it Yag, okay? For short. Yaggy. Yeah? Like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Then my Discord isn't super active. I just manually post announcements myself. That's what I do right now too. It's annoying, but you know, gets the job done. I'm pretty fast at copy pasting. David Tennant would be a good person to listen to for Scottish. Oh, I'll give it a shot. I think I know somebody who does accents training that said he was going to try to train himself into a David Tennant accent. It's pretty cool. Or Kevin McKidd. Oh, I don't know that name. Let's look them up. I don't know a lot of actors' names, so that's not a. It's not a reflection on like they're beneath me to know. There are a lot of big name people I don't know. In order to post in other people's Discords, you'd have to have them set it up or make a bot account. Oh yeah. Making a bot account is especially unless you get permission from the server owner, is maybe a good way to get yourself banned. Not just the bot account, but also you, because it's not going to be hard to trace that the bot is only saying one thing, and that's everybody come join Tara's server. She's gone live. Well, we know who made this bot then. Yeah, I just I type out the message in my own server, and I have an instance of Discord that is just set up with like 6 Discord servers all on the same all in the same channel as each other, and that is the one that you're allowed to post shout outs to the community with. And so I copy the message that I typed in my own server, and then I just paste down the line. I don't really have to think too much about it. I just have it all set up so it's one after the other kind of thing. It's not pretty. It's not all automated happiness, but it's something. Oh, look, speaking of Discord, I just got a friend request from a rando. What if they were going to be your biggest fan? I can barely even type that I go live. Rush always yells at me. You should just put Rush on your payroll and have him tell everybody. Then you just send one message. Like, Rush, tell everyone I'm going live. Kevin McKidd voices Lord MacGuffin and Young MacGuffin in Brave. Have I watched that one in English? The kiddos, we watch 90% of our TV and movies in Mandarin. So unless it's a show like Nightmare Before Christmas does not have a Mandarin overdub. So they watch that one in English. There's a chance I haven't heard voices of a lot of characters by their English voice acting. And to be honest, listening to modern movies with voice actors often makes me upset because they pick celebrity people instead of people who are trained as voice actors. It just makes, as a voice anger. I'm already streamer brained. As a voice actor, I find it rude, dismissing, and a bad choice to chase celebrity over training. And I've heard a number of voices that fall really flat and are just were a bad choice, were a bad decision because they were hoping that the name was going to sell the movie, and that person doesn't really know how to do voice acting. And Captain Soap McTavish in the original Modern Warfare trilogy. I don't think I know that one. I don't like advertising my channel. Always feels weird since I'm not taking streaming as a job of any sort. I can say, as somebody who is, I still don't like it. It's the one thing that I'm working this year to try to get over, is the idea that if you want to make something a business, marketing and advertising and commercializing things is part of that. I don't like sales. I don't like it when people try to sell me on things. I get hostile pretty quick. And I would never want to make people who might be interested in what I have to say hostile to me before they hear it. So I'm in a weird catch-22, right? Like, I would never want to do what smells like sales because I'm antithetical to it myself. I dislike the way it feels to engage in that way. This doesn't feel like this is part of those quests. I think this is another guy I'm working on right now. Oh no, this is the guy. But then how do I brand it? Do I tell people right out of the gate, I hate advertising, but watch my streams? I could just play the no game, right? Like, this is how I feel. I hope you feel the same, but come anyways and support me. Yeah. Odia just finished ARR MSQ. Nice.
Nico Crushing just subscribed.
Oh my goodness.
07.
07 to you, Nico Crushing. 43 months. Just like I doubt anybody will ever beat Oz's stream streak. I doubt anybody will ever beat Nico's sub streak. Thank you for the support, man. I super appreciate you. Nico is our first paid fan that I can remember. I don't think anybody came at dropping a sub before you. Here's Nico Crushing. Oh my.
Uh-oh.
This-
Oh, okay.
Is this a Titan fight? It's loud. That was epic. That was really cool. We do loves to Nico. I was hoping for a spicy clip. There's plenty of those. Me too. I don't know why this was clipped. Time to go back through your clip library. I have to periodically prune mine too. It happens. Do it again, do you? Sure. Let's try roulette.
You know, this is much easier without a mask on. Tiny little assholes.
Oh.
Tiny little assholes? No, tiny little...
Oh.
They're spicy.
What?
What?
What about
Oh.
tiny little assholes?
Someone clip that!
No! That's not... I mean, tiny ass little holes. God damn it.
You did not make it better.
The asshole.
You know what I meant?
You know what I meant. Spoiler alert, we did not know what he meant. Oh, that was good. Yeah. That's a famous one. Right? I feel like Akuma willed that into existence. Did we catch up on everything? I got so distracted by all of that. Anyway, Silvus, welcome to like the fun, I don't know, in my opinion, the more interesting part of the game. I think the story just keeps getting better and better, additively better with each new expansion that you're going to do from here on out. So yeah, because he'd do it and I don't do much worth advertising yet. Maybe the pressure, letting Rush call out your streams might invoke a certain amount of performance pressure where you step up. Time to lurk. Thank you for the lurk.
Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf.
And thank you for the lurk as well. Appreciate your faces. You got Maya sub. Maya and I were debut buddies. We debuted like a week apart. Oh, cool stuff. Advertising is rough. Yeah. It's just something I didn't go to school for. I studied a lot of different things, including, you know, I'm media trained. I went to an acting academy. But it doesn't mean that I necessarily know how to like sell myself in meaningful ways. I save myself from that by not having clips. That's no fun. Behold D. Is that how I should advertise myself? We could do it that way. Those are a lot of cute emoji. I think at some point when we're done with the goal for the Roadcaster, maybe our next goal is to put out some really, really fun stuff for all of you guys as a celebration. Like getting out some really neat animated emoji. Those ones are amazing. They have so much class. I don't know if class is the right word. They just look fun. I kind of missed the whole Final Fantasy 14 tubers group as a whole, but it was also a crap ton of drama. What kind of drama? Who would have drama about a game like this? This is just a fun, nice community. Everybody I've ever grouped up with in content has always been like chill, nice vibes, good times. What's there to be dramatic about? Elysian Fields, Elysian Fields. Okay, those are both in there. Dame, did you hear about the big new... No, I guess I didn't. I don't usually follow that kind of stuff. What can you say that's stream appropriate? I don't trust randos, especially on Discord. Never know. You never know. Usually what it turns out to be, though, what I'll say, what I've found randos approaching me on Discord is people who are in gig marketplaces trying to do cold calls. I've even entertained a couple because, I mean, I can't imagine gig work is easy to find clientele for. So I'll talk to a couple, but it gets pretty annoying pretty quick, and I usually just ghost them, frankly, because they get pushy. It's one thing when they're like, "Hey, can I show you my portfolio?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course. You know, I'll gladly look at anybody's work. I don't have money for it right now, but I'll gladly look at your work because I might, you know, make a bookmark on my browser and check you out later, possibly." But honestly, a lot of people that do cold calls are like real crap. I don't know why that is. Folks that have contacted me, either cold call emails or instant direct messages on various platforms, I'll look through their stuff, and the extent of what they do is like do really like shit tier emoji art and animations that aren't like, they didn't actually animate different frames, they just moved a still frame around, or they moved one part of a still frame around. Or a lot of people try to sell me SEO, but SEO to them is they buy an app that gives you an SEO score, they put your information in, and then they add tweaks like here are keywords and stuff, and they'll mess with that until the SEO score goes higher. SEO score does not relate to discoverability. SEO score is a bullshit mechanic that's almost useless in modern days. So yeah, I'll still hear a rando out, but yeah. Okay, how far back do I have to go? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat and do quests at the same time. I've only participated in 1 or 2 fandoms. Both of them were extremely shitty and drama filled. Be involved with the fandom again of the topic in my own way, away from drama starters. I super appreciate that. Lady Nico knows the space that I'm trying to bust into, and it's one that's high drama. I'm trying to bring a different philosophy to that area, one of like a destruction of the ad hominem culture where people call out each other and make fun of each other for immutable characteristics, and one that focuses on facts and focuses on addressing the ideas being shared, the paradigms being shared, and tries to remove the emotive and argumentation by who can get the biggest response from their fans, sort of thing. That might bite me in the butt to some degree because I'll never be as sensationalist as some people, but I think de-radicalization has its own sort of sensationalism building up because it's going to be something pretty necessary if we keep going down the path that we're going down. Fuck it, I'm a way to make a toasty. Do it, Irishman. Live your American dream. I hope you heard that. I moved over to Seraphim 14. We're enjoying it. Okay, all right. 14 tubers filled with groomers, predators, pedos, people who cheated on their significant others, and even one of the major pillars got outed as a rapist. Jeez. Why? I mean, here's the thing. This game is great, right? So, like, everybody's going to want to play it, including, like, awful people, right? To that degree, I understand, I guess. It just also feels like that's a lot. Wait, am I even looking in the right place? Where is this? I'm not looking in the right place. Craziness. I had to help moderate the whole thing, and it was an absolute nightmare. I would never work as a moderator for a community like that. Gross. I mean, unless it was paid. If you paid me, I'd probably, you know, go muck around in a swamp like that. But I'd need serious pay to talk about, is this how I want to spend my life? Is it this porter? It doesn't seem right. There's a way to go straight up there, and it's got to be one of these pools. I just haven't really paid close attention to like how to get... Oh, here it is. It's this one. The southwest corner. That makes sense. I avoided one of them, was a very close call. His name, Old Bear Stormborn, ringing in bells. Yeah, I think it's just common on the internet that people can find hiding spots, and they can also find solidarity. That's one of the biggest things, is that there seems to be an issue with the way we view our illnesses. If there are enough people that believe the same way you do, that feel that the world should work the way that you believe, you start to feel democratic about your truth, even if you're an outlier. Like, oh yeah, sociopaths only make up, you know, 2% of the world's population, but if they all get together in their own little safe space, they start to feel real supported and normal with each other, right? And it starts to feel like everybody else are the crazy ones, because all around them is just an echo chamber. Maybe that's what's happening in Final Fantasy, is you can just, you know, make your own free companies and get into your own sub fandoms, so you get this feeling like this is a game for me and my people, something like that. I think the rando is Irish. I was just yeeting based on username. See, you got to be careful with who you just kick out. Us Irish won't forget this affront. Wow, there's so many Irish people in chat. How did that happen? Shit's crazy. Mr. Beast, team member / worker, just got exposed texting a minor and saying shit like, you don't have to say this out loud. That stuff. Had artwork from a famous CP artist. I mean, here's the thing. Do people like that have marketable or, you know, employable skills and can then, you know, send a resume out to somebody like Mr. Beast and be like, go hire me, I'm a good person and I'll do the job well, and probably would do the job well? How do you vet for somebody like that? Once you find out about something like that, you better take some swift action, not least of which report them to authorities ASAP. Get that handled. But it's gonna happen everywhere as people get more emboldened with the idea that they can hide in plain sight. And maybe they do, you know, maybe for a long time they feel like if nobody is talking about it, it seems like you can keep getting away with things for longer and longer. So they get more and more bold or sloppy. I wouldn't call that a reflection particularly on Mr. Beast. Especially somebody so rich and busy probably isn't vetting everybody with a fine-tooth comb. But even then, maybe they were more careful once upon a time and you'd never find that kind of stuff. It's a nightmare for an employer. How do you cyberstalk everybody and make sure that they're absolutely clean before you choose who to give a paycheck to? I had to be involved in chasing some people from the 14 streaming community to protect others. Shit was absolutely awful. That, yeah, you'd have to get paid big to to tell me that that's something to do. Yeah. Check Seems YouTube had a lawsuit against this guy who's literally groomed, harassed, and stalked more than one woman, as well as Zeens himself. Wow. Zeno is dunking on him in court now. Good. Silvos, catch you later. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat like 4 minutes ago. Friday the 14 tubers community had so many bad seeds. I think that just kind of normally communities as a whole, but because of that, the kind of accepting community 14 is people who need help feel more emboldened to try stuff in here. Maybe everybody's just too, yeah, too open, too willing to be helpful and positive with everybody, whereas in other communities it's more toxic and caustic. I don't think there's anything wrong with a certain amount of openness and helpfulness until you find what's going wrong. And then the moment you see a warning sign, you report it as fast as you can. That's how I've always run my tiny community, is everything works in a certain flavor of solidarity and conformity of the concept that we'd be sharing thoughts, testing them against each other, fact checking, trying to level up our paradigms, right, and deprogram ourselves. But the moment
What
I
are you
need
talking about?
problematic communities in Final Fantasy 14. This might be historic, but the idea that everything's just a little bit too open, and so people get away with stuff or come to the game to think that they can sort of hide in plain sight.
Yeah.
But I think it's fine to be open. It's fine to be as welcoming as you possibly can, so long as you're ready to pull the trigger the moment you see anything wrong. Cassiana says, people talented in sales usually suck at everything else. Sorry, I'm just catching this chat for a hot second. There's nothing going on over here, so I didn't look over in that direction. My apologies. Yeah, that's probably why I suck at sales, because I'm good at everything else. Do I radicalize de-radicalization? Yes. I got no issue with someone having connections to bad people if they split off those connections if they find out about them. Exactly. Like, if I see somebody in a picture... Go ahead.
You can't hold something against someone that they don't know about.
Yeah. If I see somebody, you know, in a picture smiling next to somebody else and they're in at some sort of an evening, you know, gathering of some sort, looks like a fundraiser or a con or whatever, I'm not going to hold it against you if, you know, suddenly it comes out later on that person's awful and you say, oh, yeah, I'm not really affiliated with them. You know, a photographer came up and was like, let me take a picture, and everybody just turned toward the camera, but we're not really tight like that. I don't take that sort of stuff as damning per se.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like, no, I doubled down on them and I defend them, etc., etc. Don't.
Yeah. That's different though.
Yeah. To be quite fair, it does happen a lot in video games and social media because lonely creeps treat video games as a tertiary dating site. Awful. Just need to be quick with the bans. We shouldn't cancel unrelated people. I agree. And I wouldn't even cancel related people if they are comfortable with unrelating as soon as they understand what's going on. Like, you've learned it, good. Do you see what's going on? Are you ready to make a change and get away from that person? Good. Then you're square. You're fine. That artwork from the artist in the background of a video. Wow. Yeah, that's sloppy. It's sloppy as fuck. I don't think it is either. Shame on the person, not the boss. Yeah, shit gets fucked in the world sometimes. Disgusting fuckers out there. I see it as an illness sort of thing, but I don't think that that's I don't think that's any excuse or reason to let them continue in any way. Like, swiftly commit justice and or at intervention, medical intervention, psychological intervention, whatever needs to happen. But I don't think that they're like evil. I just think we need to detooth them as fast as possible. I think there's a difference between somebody who is like wants to kill millions of people and somebody who has like a sexual deviancy that they want to go out and hurt You know, in both of those cases, there's something really, really messed up, but maybe the former is a little bit too dangerous to just like try to rehabilitate and send back into the world. But the latter, you know, maybe there is some sort of thing that can happen. It's a scary thing. You don't want anybody who's capable of committing really serious, heinous crimes to ever be sent back into the world and be able to do it again, is the biggest thing. But you know, would we ever live in a world where maybe we castrate, or I don't know. That's going a little far. Like,
I mean, there.
but
I
there's
think I read
society.
something somewhat recently that there was like they were just doing like chemical castration on people who did something specific. I can't remember what it was.
I mean, the thing of it is that there's only one way to be absolutely certain that somebody doesn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Like,
There it is. Louisiana becomes the first state to allow surgical castration to be used as a punishment for sex crimes.
there you go. There you go.
The law, which will go into effect August 1st, allows judges to order people found guilty of certain sex crimes against minors to undergo surgical castration.
Honestly, when I said D-tooth, somewhere in the back of my head was something like that. Like, how do you make sure somebody literally cannot commit that crime again? Or ever in the first place? You know, some people just like own spicy content, and that might be, not that that would be enough for like a chemical castration, but you know, you also don't want to leave any stone unturned. You don't want to leave the possibility of anything dangerous happening, right? Can't screw around with people's lives, and especially the lives of the innocents.
Yeah. People whose lives they haven't even begun to live yet, outside of their parents' brain.
Right. All right. Ligo says, to be fair on the chasing stuff, the person who started the community, Ganabi, ended up fully stepping back from streaming and shutting down the group because it was just too overwhelming for all of us. Honestly, good, because I don't think anybody deserves to have to sign up for that kind of stuff. Again, unless like you're paid mad money and it's a choice that you made. Like, I really feel strongly about moderating for this level of intensity kind of work. I got like 4 minutes. The Lancer Dude owes Zeems the kind of accepting community 14 is people thousands of dollars maybe, and he's going to jail for 30 days. Just sounds like a start. It sounds like maybe more is might be better. On top of getting himself suspended on 14. Good, not least of which, don't come back to this community if you're gonna create your own really creepy sub-communities like that. It sucks people would abuse people's trust online, but that's the world we live in. People cover up their actions. Yeah. That's, I mean, just the idea of what you can do online is something that I think all of us lived the discovery of. The good news is that we're the fuck around part has kind of done. So now we're kind of moving to the find out thing. And I don't think any of the next generations coming up, like our kids, will have nearly the same problems because they'll know pretty much everything that's possible.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to arm them just like back in the days where you would, you know, teach kids martial arts to try to like protect them walking through a bad back alley. We would probably focus very strongly on defense of communities online before anything else, really. There's such a larger reach with online communities than there is with people trying to like get at you in person. Good to know both. The Lancer dude already broke the terms of the agreement or whatever by making a video immediately after the sentence hearing was over, and he's going to probably getting even more time for that. Oh, well then, there you go. He's doing himself.
Honestly,
Lovely.
I love it when dumb people just continue to be dumb and just dig their grave deeper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
But-
oh, okay, so you really cannot be trusted. Okay, you've shown me now.
But when it's really a sickness, you can't just put a slap on their wrist, you know, make them pay money and serve time. It really needs to come down to something with more impact. You need to hold them in some sort of higher accountability. And I think that comes down to you really need to put them through some sort of rehab, whatever that looks like. Hope it gets the worst he can. Anyone can love anything within the boundaries of local laws in my mind. As long as it's, yeah, if it's legal, I don't care what happens. And by legal, I think any localities' laws are going to be protect anything that cannot consent or has some sort of innocence or
Yeah.
incapacity to make a decision of consensual acts. So, yeah, it's not a hard choice to make when making a law. Lancer guy literally calls Zeem's lawyer, who is a woman, told her that she hopes her and her daughter, if she has one, are horribly hard, using a voice changer, trying to deny it. Yes. I mean, that's somebody who's messed up enough that they should really get full extent of the law.
Yeah.
Sketches returned with a toasty. Welcome back, American. Grilled cheese sounds really good right now. Damn it, Sketchy, what happened? Sketchy is influential. What can we say? I just ate. I don't want to eat more food. There's always room.
Yes, you do. There's always
for melted cheese. Yeah.
Honestly, there's always room for dessert. There is always room for rice, and there is always room for cheese.
True. Lego says, I'm interested to read this. This is going to sound hella bad for a second, but I kind of feel bad for sexually deviant people who don't act on it. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're getting at already before I read the rest of your thing. Pedophilia, as an example, is present in roughly 1 in 30 people, and at least in America, even seeking help for it is highly unsafe. It should absolutely be something people get therapy and intervention to fix before it comes to actually hurting others. But our society demonizes even seeking help. Yeah, I think the idea is we, as a culture, I've already said my piece on it, but the culture seems to immediately make these people out to be a threat and evil right out of the gate, instead of what do we do to fix the situation. That might not be fix the person. You know, if we do enough studies, we find out we literally can't do anything for that person. Then it might just be, you know, well, how do we remove them from harm to society in the best way that we can without, you know, just taking out a subsection of people's rights entirely and treating them as something less than human. But everybody deserves to be treated as human, so long as we make it so that they're treating everybody else as human too.
Yeah.
That's a hard choice to make, and I think one of the hardest things that we struggle with as a culture is, what do we do with people that we perceive as really, really bad, as really, really negative? How do we make proper policy decisions so that we can live with the choices that we make? What if that happens to somebody that we know very dearly? You know, we find out, oh, they have some sort of really bad deviancy, and so far they've just been keeping really quiet about it because they're so scared. What would you want to happen to them if it was like your closest family member or dearest friend and you found out they've been hiding this from everyone? I try to come from a place of empathy while also thinking, how do we protect everybody from them at the same time? It's one thing for someone to have thoughts but not take action on it and seek help. It's another thing if they are actively looking for CSAM or actually taking action, getting caught, and then insisting that they have a problem, not because they actually want help, but because they want to avoid the consequences of their actions. Yeah. And we do live in a very negative society when it comes to how to correct behavior, in that I think Likos had the right concept. We don't work well as a society of, if you've got a problem that is illegal, we will find a way to help you fix it. We come from a society who's mostly structured around, if you've got a problem, it's illegal, we're going to find you, we're going to fuck you up, we're going to ruin your life. That'll make people hide, right? So that's dangerous. The way that we handle punishment is dangerous because we are forcing people into hiding, and then it gets harder to find out something's wrong with somebody until they've done something wrong that we then can't fix. You can't remove the violent behavior after it's happened from the victim, if you know what I mean. Seeking help should be something way more accepted in society. Fully agree. Also, Rush. Do we have snacks for Rush, everybody?
I have Doritos and I have Spice Drops.
Ooh. Rush, take your pick.
He doesn't have to pick.
I'll take everything. This demonizing of people that are homeless, have mental health problems, or on drugs should not be punished. They need help. I read something today, and I'd love if somebody has a browser tab open that they can fact check this, that there's a large percentage, I don't know if it's majority, but large, of homeless people that are discharged foster kids grown up. It seems...
I'd believe it.
Yeah, it seems believable, but it also seems like something somebody would assert because it seems believable. Would anybody be able to find numbers on that? This is exactly why we have streams like this, is to bring stuff up like this and then bring it to light to make sure that people don't get away with just saying something that sounds like it scratches a lovely, political itch, and everybody's just, oh yeah, that sounds right, so let's all believe it. But yeah, demonizing homeless is bad mojo. It doesn't solve anything.
Yeah, honestly, what I don't understand is, they've made now sleeping outside illegal.
I'd need to look into that one.
Yeah, having... They passed something kind of recently. Hold on.
Yeah. You can fact check that one.
Yeah, I'll fact check that one real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, they shouldn't be punished. They do need help. For me, there's always room for pad thai. I love Thai food. Pad thai is an amazing dish. I have never had anybody make pad thai bad. I had macaroni and cheese. It was really heavy and really cheesy, and I'm trying to slim down a bit. But cheese. No, I feel that. A society of fear, not of helping for mutual benefit, right? If you think about what's going to really help society, to make society feel good for the individual, each one of us would want a society in which we could look to our left and look to our right and feel confident that society didn't let those people down because we periodically need to rely on those people. First, everybody is selfish, but then you have to sort of extend that out, even as a very selfish person, to you want your society to be helpful to those around you because you interface with them no matter what. They're your customer service representatives, they run your utilities, they come to your house to do work, fix your plumbing or whatever. You buy stuff from them. That everybody else needs that support, and so we should all want help for everyone else, because we never know which other everyone else is out there is going to be directly interactive with our own lives.
So I have information. I found an NPR article.
Okay.
The Supreme Court says cities can punish people for sleeping in public places.
Wow.
It was a Supreme Court ruling, 6-3 decision. overturned lower court rulings that deemed it cruel and unusual under the 8th Amendment to punish people for sleeping outside if they had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder how that's going to affect basic human rights.
So, writing for the majority, Justice Gorsuch said, homelessness is complex, its causes are many, but he said federal judges do not have any special competence to decide how cities should deal with this. The Constitution's 8th Amendment serves many important functions, but it does not authorize federal judges to wrest those rights and responsibilities from the American people and, in their place, dictate this nation's homelessness policy.
Okay, so it's just a push down to what
The
localities are
city's
going to do. Okay.
In a dissent, Justice Sotomayor said the decision focused only on the needs of the cities, but not on the most vulnerable. She said sleep is a biological necessity, but this decision leaves a homeless person with an impossible choice: either stay awake or be arrested.
Yeah. Well, that also sounds kind of like an uninformed explanation of what happens to somebody, because policy for most police precincts, if you're going to arrest and do something with a homeless person, if it was not an act of violence, like not vandalism, not harming another person, an arrest really means like they put you in a cop car and they drive you somewhere. Where they usually drive you isn't to jail. They're not going
They just put
to
you in the
lock
next
you
city
up.
over.
Yeah, they take you out of their precinct, so you're somebody else's problem.
But see,
So-
that creates a much bigger problem, because you remember the issue that near the Starbucks you used to work at?
I remember that there were a lot of homeless people there because that was where they got dropped off.
the drop off area.
Yeah.
And it created a lot more of a police presence because they had to manage, like, especially in that specific area of that city, because they suddenly had to manage like huge amounts of like basically like quote unquote unwanted homelessness.
Yeah. I mean, you call that a problem, but at the same time, it was a policy problem that turned into something that they were forced to have to handle too.
Yeah.
So one way or the other, I think they have to answer the problem of homelessness, whether they keep coming at it as far as like a symptom based, like we're just going to keep addressing the next symptom, or keep kicking it down the curb until somebody has to, or this might put pressure on them to actually start looking at causes for once, which would be way smarter.
Maybe. I mean,
and probably way cheaper.
honestly though, I my faith in people actually doing what they're supposed to is low.
Well, this is
I'm gonna
why
be real with you.
This is why I'm only pro-union in certain circumstances, but I'm not pro-police union. This is one of those circumstances in which the left and the right have weird cross-sections that don't seem to make sense. The right's very protective of police, but very anti-union. The left is incredibly pro-union, but these are the unions that protect police from actually doing like a good job and give them so many different types of immunities. So there can't be an all blanket sort of checklist for the left and right. I think we need to start breaking apart the parties and looking at deeper policies and problems on an individual level instead of what does the left do and what does the right do.
Yeah.
All right, we're like 7 minutes back in chat. Let me catch up with some chat stuff. I have breaded cheese and cherry tomatoes in the fridge. Oh, burrata. Get it. If you had burrata cheese, that'd be interesting.
Get it.
Sounds very explosive. Back at my work conference, we had a whole panel on the intervention by parents of children with violent extremist tendencies and how parents just don't even know most of the time. Wild. Yeah. But I mean, again, kids are incentivized because of punishment to hide things from their parents. Otherwise, the usual reaction isn't, we'll find help together. It's usually like, I'm going to punish you because that was, it's really bad or rude or mean or whatever it is that they think the kids are up to.
Yeah.
I don't have exact numbers, but I know a lot of cases of homeless people are kids that did run away from home or kicked out of the foster care system because they aged out. People with severe mental health issues that could not get treatment for. That's a lot of the LA homeless problem. Speaking from, I have an uncle who's in that field in LA County. People who had one financial emergency that cost them everything and more. Yeah. I feel like the simple child who somehow bullshitted their way into the smart kid class. Irishman, you hang out with us long enough, you're going to get so smart. And honestly, here's the thing about this community. We don't gatekeep ideas. So no matter who it's from, no matter what background or education you have, if you think something, and you think it's worth sharing, you know, you like to share, we're not going to bully you into sharing your ideas. Nobody is going to say, I don't want to listen to you because of who you are or where you come from. There's no such thing as a bad source of a good idea. There's just good ideas. That's how this community is. We don't gatekeep anything.
Looks like Liko says your answer with the homelessness
and cool.
Foster care.
An average of 1 out of every 4 youth in foster care will become homeless within 4 years of aging out of foster care. That's pretty wild. I wonder what the numbers are like for foster care kids aging out of the system. It was only about 2 or 3 weeks ago they did that, Oz.
Yeah.
Researchers have found between 31 and 46% of youth exiting foster care experience homelessness by age 26 from the National Alliance to End Homelessness. That is wild. Yes, fake it till you make it. That's why I'm here. That's how I started streaming. I wanted to study to be a voice actor, and everybody pushed me to be an on-camera actor. And so I started doing that. And I felt like an imposter. And then when I moved from that to being a content creator, I was like, I don't know what I'm making YouTube videos. And then Nico started streaming. And I was like, I could be a streamer, but I didn't know anything about streaming. He did all the research back in those days. I just hit go live and tried it for funsies. But all I've been doing is faking it till I make it.
Yeah, I've been faking being a people person.
How's that going for you?
I mean, I'm more able to put myself out there, but it's still fucking difficult.
You get some big compliments about your overall presence in public.
I think it's mostly when I feel like I'm like feeling myself.
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't feel yourself in public.
But they seem to like it.
Lady Nico says the big overall theme with government, or at least the far right, more so is a series of complaining about problems that they don't like the lack of families having children or homelessness, yet they keep making laws or undoing laws that inherently exacerbate the problem that they are angry with, and then they don't understand why these things are going the way that they are. I feel
like they keep making changes to things, and they don't have a good answer as to like how to fix the underlying problem.
Well, they do have an answer, but the issue is their answer is not palatable. They're working in a society that's antagonistic to the type of people that they're trying to get more of. So part of their answer is go out and procreate so that maybe you can make more, Christian cishet families to uphold the same sort of ideas that you have, and really hope that they stay in the church. So the churches are working really hard to keep people in the fold, because they really do believe that a lot of the social ills, just based on, I keep the right side of politics algorithms pretty up to date in my personal feeds, and the ideas of like where crime comes from, where broken homes come from, all the societal ills in the US, anything that's other than cishet normativity, these all come from the broken home and the failure to connect up with the Judeo-Christian tradition of morality and ethics, right? So they're really striving for that. Now, the problem is the politicians in power want the fear mechanic to stay. And so there is good incentive. And we've seen this like with Trump when he late stage in his career. What was the infrastructure bill about trying to close the border, the southern border, that he really fought against trying to get passed? I'm bad with remembering policy, but it's like he couldn't have the border closed because if he wanted to try to run again, he needed to be able to say our borders are not secure, and I didn't have time, and Congress was against me, and if you bring me back, we'll make sure to really shut down that border with Mexico. He needed that as leverage, and politicians on the right generally do need to keep leverage happening, right? They don't work on optimism and hope. They work on keeping their populace cowed with the idea that if they don't act now, something really scary is going to happen. And they feel it because Christianity is declining in the US, right? The traditional family value is declining, if only because we're becoming more familiar with and comfortable with people sharing alternative lifestyles and non-conforming ways of living. And most of us are finding, hey, we lift the curtain behind this kind of life. It's okay. It's safe. It's not dangerous. In fact, it's as boring and mundane as any other lifestyle for the most part. But they can't let that thinking in because it will take away an identity and comfort that they've built around themselves and that their politicians are exploiting to keep in power. Yeah. I'm a fake. I'm just a simple wolf boy who gets lost when following a straight line. Straight lines can be tricky sometimes, Likos. I don't blame you. I'm going to ask, I thought I saw a mention about API earlier. Were you all talking about what Elmo is doing with Twitter? No, I think we were talking about Discord and how to automate the so-and-so's going live messages. It's stunning the number of people who think the issue with society is people not believing in God. You have to understand how powerful the messaging is with the whole God mechanic. Have you ever been to a mega church, or have you ever been part of a community where the ideas are cohere to our strict ideology that we teach in this church, or suffer ostracization, excommunication, losing connections with your family? They show statistics on crime and poverty and all this sort of thing as being like the secular lifestyle. It's very convincing. They're really good at messaging, and they're really good at making you feel a certain way. Mega churches use music and lights and mood and smells and colors in ways that we all know are important sales tactics to win somebody's people who are on the fence, to win them over. And the feelings that they feel are real feelings. So when they feel real feelings, that's not a delusion, it's psychology. But they would never believe it if you called it that. It said that they feel something very real. And people who are missing out on that must be missing out on all the other perks of being with God. I literally saw JD Vance earlier today saying he thinks people should lose their right to vote if they don't have children, and that they should let their children vote, but the parents tell the children what to vote for. That would seriously solve the problem with the Republicans not having enough people if they just let their kids vote. Which is funny because wasn't it not that long ago that some prominent speaker among conservatives was trying to raise the voting age to back up to 21 like it was in the ancient days to try to kick out, you know, young Democrats. It's funny, the very religious people will hear someone say, I'm an atheist, then accuse the atheist of believing in worshiping Satan. The only reason you turn away from God is if somebody, you know, some powerful force came in and made it happen, right? So that's sort of the ideology behind the belief in Satan. The belief in Satan in general is the concept that nobody who was created by a loving, all-powerful God that wants to give them everything would ever pick anything else, right? Otherwise, there's a cognitive dissonance there. Why would a God-created person turn away from God if God is beautiful and deserving of all that love? The answer is, you know, it's not the story, but it at least the myth of Satan solves a problem when told that way. It's funny that very religious people will hear someone, oh, I think I just read that. I'm just like, how stupid are you? I don't believe in God, so why would I believe in your devil? I mean, they're not telling you believe in Satan because they think that they're reaching you. They're telling themselves that you believe in Satan. I'm really not happy with how liberals are moving their entire platform to a platform of fear as well. I've seen a lot of people on the left shift towards fear mongering for political gain too. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
The whole idea of, you know, vote blue no matter who. And I feel like Biden had done a really poor job of mentioning what sort of policies he wants to see going forward with the next 4 years.
All it was a couple bickering toddlers up there on the podiums.
You're talking about the debate.
Yes, because neither one of them actually talked about anything related to being president. They just wanted to have a dick measuring contest up on the podiums, and it fucking frustrated the shit out of me. I didn't even want to fucking watch that debate because it was awful. I'm like, okay, these two people are in their fucking 80s. And they're still just doing high school shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, we'd expect that more from the right, but the fact that the left doesn't have salient ideas, all they need to do is explain very calmly and simply how the economy is going to move in the future, how foreign policy is going to move in the near future, things that people will actually feel, you know, affected by, and especially what sort of social direction the party is going to go in. Namely, if you speak to people's freedoms, I think that resonates with swing voters, the people whose votes actually, you know, determine an election the most, is the idea that the government won't overreach into their affairs. Now, whether that's protection from, you know, overreach of taxation, that might be something that could be a little bit hard for the left to swallow. But the idea that, you know, people might have the right to determine their own vaccination status, for an example, might be a hard pill to swallow for somebody like the current left. But it might be something that they would have to concede to if they wanted something like autonomy for abortion care. So, and then how do you make those kind of concessions to make sure that you get the maximum number of swing votes to actually win the election? Hard to say. It seems like the left just wants to tell you how bad things are going to look under the right, and the right certainly has made it a policy for several presidential candidates of how bad things are going to get underneath the left.
My God, Lady Nico, one of the moms of Liberty candidates, got elected. Ugh.
All right, let me catch up. They've gotten too comfortable with just saying, hey, we're not the right, so vote for us. Now it's coming to a point where the left actually has to step up and do their fucking job, which they don't do quickly enough or with enough fire, so they appear weak and apathetic. They don't know how to fight against the right or adjust the points and point out why the right-wing policies won't work. Worse than that, they don't do care for people in the center or center right. if the left could just find ways to reach out to those people and secure that part of the voting base, they wouldn't need to touch the radicals. They don't need to make far rights feel comfortable. That might be hard to do anyways and still stay on the left. But at least show the swing state citizen what they're doing to make sure that those people feel heard and that their ideas are going to be supported too, or at least some sort of a compromise is going to be struck. If you say there is no compromise, only our ideology, or get the fuck out of our country, you're going to pull a political career death for being so hard-nosed and believing that you have enough people in your own party to ignore the swing voters. I was raised with extremely religious parents. My mom's chilled a ton, but when I moved out with my mom, my dad's biggest fear was she wouldn't force me to go to church and I'd become a criminal because of that. People like that scare me. The idea that you would need a supernatural intercession into your life to keep you from doing bad shit makes me feel that that person, your dad, has criminal mentality baked into him somewhere. There is a criminal inside of him, and he feels like listening to a pastor every week, at least once, is preventing him from those behaviors, right? It's like when you've heard, I forget where this came out, but it turned into some sort of a meme where somebody was talking about like a men's retreat for like a prayer group. Bless you, Oz. And how important it was to keep your thoughts pure when you're out on these retreats from the other men who will be attending there, to make sure that you're not swayed into any homosexual thoughts because of the vast number of men around you. It's like, wait, if you're hanging out with a bunch of dudes and you're suddenly like horny for all of them, it's not because you need to pray harder, my dude. There's something there that unfortunately your church isn't going to teach you about you. And if you think that everybody becomes a criminal the moment they stop hearing God's word, there's something about you that you need to know about you, because
Yeah.
I rob as much as I want to every single day.
Which is none.
I just don't want to rob people. I don't want to commit that kind of harm upon somebody else. That sadness and that anguish and fear. Why would I ever want to do that? And I don't need some cloud dude in the sky to tell me that. He straight up thought me not going to church would have end up a criminal. That's wild.
Wow.
That's the whole reason church wants control, because they can scare you better. They're really good at scaring. They really are.
Mm-hmm.
They can manipulate you better. They know criminals don't come from just not going to church, but they'll use it as a way to scare people into forcing people to keep coming back to the church, among other things. Yeah. I will say, if you're big into church, you're probably big into community. And the number one thing, if you leave church or if you have to switch churches and find a new one, that you'll find right away is the secular world has not solved for community. All the little like clubs and get-togethers and Facebook groups and apps for matchmaking, not just for dating, but like matchmaking people to hang out. All of those platforms suck in comparison to the church. Church has had generations of practice making really strong, tight-knit communities where you feel loved, supported, connected with people who are like you, and belonging. Secular world is still working on the belonging part. That's another thing the left sucks at, is a feeling of belonging. But at least the left has room to grow. The right doesn't have room to expand on their church ideas right now. Mega churches equal casinos. I'd like to hear the analogy expanded on a little bit more. I don't really see it. I mean, do they take money from you? Yeah, but you know, what do you mean by that more? It's the same way how Trump keeps screeching that immigrants are all criminals and murderers until the children are obviously pists. Yeah. they want to raise the voting age to 25 because they know 18 to 25 crowd would vote for left policies. Yeah. So either that or make their kids vote, but then make them vote the way the parents want. They tried arguing a child's brain isn't fully developed until they turn 25, then raise the age of consent too.
Age of consent.
Age of consent's particularly
drinking,
low.
smoking, and age of being put into the military.
Right. All of those things are anathema to the right. So that would be a really... I'd love to see a right that said, we believe in Christian values, so we're raising the age of like smoking and drinking. And we believe in Christian values, which is turn the other cheek. So we also believe younger people with lower, less developed minds should not be shooting a gun in the military. Those would be really interesting takes. That would be a GOP that I'd be like, all right, at least there's some like internal consistency, you know?
Yeah.
I don't agree with the ideas, but I at least see the picture, the greater picture you're trying to paint now. You know, you're not full of hypocrisy and weirdness. That would be interesting.
Did they fix these?
Fix what?
Every quest gives you 70.
Oh, the old one? Oh, I wish I had waited.
I've just been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off because I didn't want to. I want the things that they give you.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to slog through literally 10 relations every fucking quest.
Yeah. Well, aren't you lucky?
No, just lazy.
Hey, if laziness is luck, then you've hit 2 jackpots.
Apparently.
Yet they have no problem forcing kids under the age of 18 to give birth or sending them off to die in war. Yeah, a bunch of bullshit. That's where the inconsistency is, yeah.
And under 18.
Yeah. Christianity
There
itself...
are some...
Oh, go ahead.
There are some places that are totally fine with sending people, or like telling people, well, this is a good opportunity for you to learn from blah, blah, blah.
That was just one person.
No, but you're... I know.
Yeah.
But still, it happened. It's the fact that somebody had the fucking audacity to have that even happen at all.
I just mean don't unfairly expand one person's extremism to, you know, a party solidarity.
No, I'm not saying a party solidarity. I'm just saying that I have an issue with the existence of the occasion.
Okay. My YouTube authorization token wasn't able to refresh. Are we still live on YouTube? If anybody's watching on YouTube, please tell me if anything disconnects. I don't know how you would do that if it does disconnect. But something, yeah, weird just happened. Maybe that was only in StreamerBot that came up in.
Maybe.
Crap, I just got another pop-up. Okay, it's nothing, I think.
Yeah, and it was Ohio.
Yeah. Christianity itself is funny. God is supposed to be all loving and all knowing, but the Bible is filled with God being an absolute asshole in the Old Testament. True. Christians say he changed his mind and changed, but that would make him not all knowing and all powerful like they want to think God is. Well, what they say is God's plan is unknowable and he works in mysterious ways. So he needed to be that way for an era, but he knew that he was going to change because he had wrought the plan of Jesus long ago and worked accordingly. But the all-loving idea is bad because if he believed that he needed to make an era of humanity where he was all hellfire and brimstone, just like he needed to create people completely wicked and then eventually wipe them out with a flood, just like he needed to let Adam and Eve fall in the Garden of Eden, he knew and allowed for all of that stuff to happen. So the all-loving things, that's a little well beyond works in mysterious ways, right? That's some real big anguish. That's the whole like child cancer level of anguish, that if he knew all of those steps along the way and they're all exactly as the Bible wrought them to be, verbatim and all true, then
And God is an absolute dick.
yeah, the idea of mystery in his behavior is also one of human suffering and anguish, and the all-loving seems really strange, a really strange thing that anybody would assert.
Honestly, there's this part of me that feels more like between Oat Studios and Supernatural is a better representation of God if we look at everything.
Yeah. Pick one: God is flawed and makes mistakes, or God is all-knowing and the embodiment of good. Or, hear me out, the Christian God is a weird construct of people from like the Council of Nicaea and many decades of socio-political ideology to help create an army and a conforming populace. I keep cautioning people against voting blue no matter who. There was 4 or 5 cases of people who ran as Democrat, but once they got elected, flipped and claimed, oh, I don't believe the left's policies, I'm a Republican now. Right? I mean, it's the whole Manchin problem. You really should vet people for what they believe in. If there's a Republican out there that vote, you know, it's probably like a smaller office sort of situation where their idea is, you know what, I'm not really particularly religious. I just believe that we need to keep social liberty a conversation that's not in government, and just sort of like remove the fiscal creep on big government, reduce government size, reduce government's footprint on a household, so that you're able to self-determine a little bit more, maybe cut paychecks for career politicians and put more money back into households, which will drive the economy better. I think a lot of people would agree with a just fiscal conservative and Republican who ignores social ideology and just focuses on like liberty of money, liberty of household. That's kind of a little more libertarian than Republican, but the libertarians are goons in this country, whack jobs. But just somebody who, you know, focused on policy, focused on what a politician should, they could probably win easier on both sides. But it always pays to pay attention to what policies somebody is actually standing for. You know, find what they have to say, do a little bit of research before you vote in your local elections, and always pay attention to your local elections. If you're not voting local and all you care about is the U.S. presidential election, your scope's too wide.
Yeah.
Your scope's too wide. That only addresses federal situations, and it's not.
And those things
it's not
affect
enough.
you, but not as critically as your local government does.
Yeah, one of my best friends, he started talking about politics in the household. We go to his house and sort of argue a little bit about politics here and there. And his mom had a house rule. She said, you make sure all your friends who are here arguing about different political stuff, that they're all registered to vote and that they all vote. If I find out any one of you didn't make it to voting day on any election, especially the local elections, you're not allowed to say anything. And I fully agree with that.
You didn't do your due diligence as a citizen, you don't get to bitch.
Yeah, you just shut up and put up with whatever you've got around you, because you didn't.
You had an opportunity to put in your 2 cents then.
Yeah, and participate. So participate, then you get to bitch about what happened, or be proud of what happened. Either way.
Oh, that feels so fucking good. Seeing how fucking high through that bar that just went.
Nice. Okay, I got a lot of back chat.
Sorry.
Were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say, like, because I have the Vano still at neutral. It's at level 1. I haven't even fucking touched it. I unlocked them and was like, ugh.
Nice. Okay. I keep... Oh, we already read that. Voting blue no matter who's... How we got people like Joe Manchin or Kristen Sinema. Yeah. No one does any investigation on candidates anymore. That needs to change. This will be the platform where we enforce that people do, or encourage regularly that people do. Can't say enforce. I know in my own state's elections for the Board of Education, there's 2 Moms for Liberty candidates running. Unfortunately, one of them did get elected. They've already started pushing for having Bible lessons being taught during school hours in Ohio. As long as other holy books get taught too.
They actually had a thing happen with that, where the Church of Satan said, "Okay, so when are we coming in? Like, when are we allowed to come in?" They're like, "Well, you're not." They're like, "Actually, we fucking are."
Yep. You can't do it's the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, right? Burn it down, start over, only solution. The problem is far right want conservatism and cannot accept, they cannot force people other than themselves to also be conservative. The left is like, be who you want to be, do what you want to do as long as it causes no harm. Not the far left. But, I mean, if you're comparing the far right, you should compare it to the far left. Those people also do not, they can be dangerous too. I'm not trying to be a both sideser, because I think if anybody's hedging bets in the middle, if you're very, very centrist, excruciatingly centrist, your argument would probably go something like, I would want to side with the people who talk about like bigger government and higher taxes, which is historically the Democrats, because I can do stuff to hedge bets against protecting my money, than to go with the side of the far right, which is trying to take away your personal freedoms, like what happens behind closed doors in your house. You can work on financial freedom in a hostile government that's, you know, harmful to your way of making money, but you can't really work on personal freedoms. There's no way to hedge those bets. Do what you want to do as long as it causes no harm. Doesn't really involve forcing so much. Meanwhile, you got the right wanting to take women's rights away to healthcare, take away the rights to vote, luring everyone who's not a straight white conservative man to a secondary... Oh, turning everyone who's not a straight white conservative man to a secondary citizen again. Yeah. There's a link I like to post in chat. It's one that can be used to pull up people in Congress to see a graph where they land based on their voting in the political spectrum. Yeah, by all means. I appreciate resources getting brought out to the community. My state has been a farce for some time now. That's true. Any Christian who thinks you need God to not end up a bad person, to me, is saying that they're a bad person. But the fear of burning in hell for all eternity is keeping them from being criminal. 100%. Yeah. Those people scare me. If you say you need God to understand morality, then I think that you are an immoral person by nature. And if you think everybody else is, then you're projecting. It's like, are you really a good person if you literally need to be told what you can and cannot do because you're incapable of realizing right from wrong on your own? If you believe in the mythology of the Bible teaches that the error made by Adam and Eve is that they both gain the power of discerning right from wrong, right? They partake of a fruit. It's not necessarily an apple. It's not really stated kind of what the fruit is, but they partake of some fruit that provides them of the knowledge of good and evil. If you swear that you don't have that kind of knowledge within you, you're some sort of creepy mutant demon spawn that was not part of Adam and Eve's lineage then, right? Regarding churches equals casinos, you were talking about how they rig lighting, timing, atmosphere to make you susceptible to them. Ah, there's the connection. Yeah, absolutely. Casinos do the same thing to keep you in there spending your money, using psychology to get what they want out of you. 100%. Yes, I do see that connection then. You seen this as an opportunity? Fuck you, State of Ohio representative that said that to an 11-year-old child. Yeah. I am still live on YouTube. Thank goodness. Okay. I don't know what that is. Probably streamer bot screwing up. If I were to operate like God does as a loving individual, I'd give a child a fork, put them next to an outlet, and when they kill themselves, I'd say, I love the child, I just work in mysterious ways. Yeah. I can feel both my brain cells fighting for their place as I speak. I'm probably going to call it a day. Irishman, you the best. Have a wonderful night if you haven't already left. You're 100% right about the far left as well. I'm talking about actual leftist progressives. True. I would say that there is a good non-far right conservative to talk in connection to a comparison to the left, but right now so much of the right is lockstep with Trump that we're in kind of a, I feel, sort of a dangerous situation. Not that people on the right can't think for themselves, but at least right now they are in such a dangerous situation where if they don't side with Trump, they risk their career in doing so. And I'm not saying that Trump is more moderate than people think he is, but I do think that even though I'm saying the right's in a dangerous spot, there are some just sort of basic and low ball or slow pitch ideas being presented by Trump and the greater right that at least keep them separate from the far right. Things like his adamant idea that international trade should be better governed by tariffs and that trade agreements like NATO should be more protective of everybody doing their fair share of contribution. These are things that a moderate person would hear and say, I get those. I get where we would want to be favoring American production and manufacturing a little bit more than foreign if we can, and where we would want the countries in NATO to do a little bit better, making sure that even though the 2% GDP contribution was a suggestion, that it was one that was more strongly encouraged or social pressured in. Things like that. There are some ways in which the right can be more moderate, is all I'm saying. Can't find the grid one. This one's useful for candidates and stances, but the website is an absolute clusterfuck. Okay. Well, it's a .org. Not all .org websites are really well built. Thanks for linking that. I'm back with a big ass mug of beans. You drinking beans from a mug? Can we talk about this? What's going on? It was an apple. I'd be curious for your source on that. I have the feeling that the Hebrew wasn't as specific as calling it an apple. Wow, did I actually catch up? Trump and them claim they won't do all those horrific things. They wouldn't do anything with Project 2025. We all know that's a load of bullshit.
Yeah, 100% bullshit.
I think the problem with doing the full agenda of Project 2025 is getting a complicit judicial system to work with them in situations where they seem to be going against precedent or the legal framework of the U.S. I know some people claim that he's sort of like abolitionist of the Constitution based on some things that he said in the past. But if this current Supreme Court is any indication, it's one that everybody feared would be lock and step with Trump and ideals of the far right. And instead, in a number of situations, they've been much more protective of ideas that just meant what's the best base case law? What are the best situations in which we take opinion, even old opinion, and make sure that we apply the absolute strictest, most stringent framework on this, whether or not it's beneficial to a left or right ideology of where the U.S. is going. And that's not to say that they haven't made controversial decisions, just that they've made enough decisions that were of high enough impact that I think the concept that they're as biased and bought by the right as people worried that they would be I think is pretty massively up for debate. The problem with politicians is they aren't people, they're single person businesses. Yes, we can. It's a big ass mug of beans. I'm drinking it. End of story. Why do you drink beans? What kind of beans? Are they like beans in sauce? Like a can of baked beans sort of thing? You just put it in a mug? Do you add anything to it? Or is it just like, oh, do you warm it up? Or do you drink it cold? I have so many questions. They already have the judicial system on their side. I don't think this is stacked like you think it is. I wish one day I could actually explain all my views on politics, but it's too much of the time. That's fair. I mean, we're here all night. Yeah, you could always go topic by topic.
Also, you could just come into VC.
That's true. We do have a public VC that we are both in right now. Barbecue baked beans, plus a mug, plus a microwave, plus me. Interesting. Okay. I could...
Seems a little bit self-cannibalistic to include yourself in your meal, but...
Stop. I could...
And you can absolutely weehaw wang.
I could see that. I could see that. I don't love beans to that degree where I would have them just
It
by
depends
themselves.
on what kind of beans.
Well, you said barbecue baked beans.
Well, the type of beans is barbecue baked beans with like sugar and bacon added. And also, you weren't kidding. This is a public VC.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Although I will say, one of my favorite soups as a kid was bean and bacon.
What's in it besides that?
Beans and bacon.
I mean, is it just is it brothy?
It is a Campbell's soup. Hold on.
Like, how thick is it? Are we talking like mostly just
it's like
beans and bacon with a little bit of liquid?
Imagine you go to a barbecue restaurant, right?
Sure.
And you got a side of baked beans. Like, you got brisket, all this stuff, and you just got a side of baked beans. Imagine if you put all of that into like a big like soup mug. And that's what I'm eating. Okay.
And nothing else? Like, you're not munching on something on the side?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
I could legit like take a picture and send it in like a send it to you directly through direct message. It's just a bowl of baked beans.
All right.
I sent you an image, by the way, D.
Okay. I don't know if okay, that's more brothy than I think what Weeha's explaining. There are a number of things that I like enough to have just as a mono ingredient, so I get it, even if beans wouldn't be one of those for me.
I love beans. I could eat beans all day, all night, till the end of time.
I mean, everybody's got a thing.
Mine is baked beans.
Here's a question for somebody who loves beans. Do you eventually get over the thing that everybody complains about with beans?
What is that?
Well, what's the thing everyone complains about with beans? I've never heard any complaints about beans.
Right,
Farts. Not that the person that eats them complains, but it's like everybody else.
It's a myth. It's a myth.
It's a myth. Okay.
Yeah, no,
It's a myth.
you have way more farts from broccoli.
Okay.
Yes, that is.
And
as
bell
someone who
peppers.
As someone who also eats a lot of broccoli, I don't like bell peppers. As someone who also eats a lot of broccoli, that is true. You get a lot more farts from broccoli.
And they're gnarlier, like way gnarlier.
Oh, they are terrible.
Well,
given that our little ones eat so much frickin' broccoli and bell pepper, well, one eats bell peppers, but like, and she is just a fart machine, a horrendous fucking fart machine.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Oh my god. And she just sits on your lap and just blasts out. She's like, I farted. I'm like, thank you.
Got a little jet propeller there?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. She is absolutely my little goblin.
They're grown woman farts coming out of a 4-year-old.
Yes.
Wow.
Takes after her mother.
Yeah.
That's real though.
Oh, I just can't wait because my older one is starting to kind of burp. And I'm like, come on, burp like me. Come on, let's go. Come on. Because I burp like a trucker.
That's funny. I don't burp, like, ever. It is pretty rare to catch me burping. It happens, like, once a year. Like,
Wow.
Genuinely, it barely happens.
Makes
Oz
me wanna-
burps like once an hour.
I'm
minimum.
getting myself an Izzy. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, you're just going to fuel up more. Liko says, my political views are simple. I'm stupid. I don't believe anything until I've done research on it. I think that's smart.
That's
Smarter
valid.
than most people. That's the
Honestly-
summary of my
Very smart,
politics.
yeah.
Honestly, I don't like the party system. I just like going off of like what I feel is right.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we live in an age where if you can't just do a simple Google search when somebody says something, you probably shouldn't be talking about your opinion on matters. Like I was saying earlier, you know, I heard somebody declare that foster children make up a good amount of homeless people. I was like, maybe. I don't know. I'm streaming, but somebody went and found that out, as opposed to, imagine if I made a community or a chat where everybody was like, oh yeah, I totally believe that to be true because it sounds believable. That's not good.
Yeah.
If it sounds, but I can make all sorts of things sound believable.
Right.
I hate the two-party system. Like,
Mhm.
of all of my political views, the one I will openly talk about the most is that I cannot stand the two-party system that we have currently, because it's very us versus them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In a sense, like, it's Republicans versus Democrats instead of Americans choosing on a topic. Most of the time, it's very interesting. It's like two teams playing on one side, if that makes any sense. It's so interesting.
I also feel like the older you get, the more, or not the older younger people get, but the older the person you talk to, I feel like they get more and more otherly about it. Like they almost can't. There's a certain age of people that I talk to, or they almost can't believe that the people on the other side of the fence from them are worthy of just like basic human dignity, human rights.
Right.
Like, they don't deserve to vote. They don't deserve to live here. They don't deserve good job. It's like, that's a human being. That's not just a human being. That's another citizen of your country.
Exactly.
You might feel, older people might feel that way about like other races and ethnicities and countries. And it's like, all right, well, you're old and, you know, eventually you'll die.
But like when young people do it, I'm like, the fuck?
Well, I was just going to say, but the thing with old people is like, if they feel that way about other countries, that's one thing, because I feel like that was sort of taught to them. But when they feel that way about other Americans, that's where I'm like, yo, dog, in your schools and the way you grew up, you were at least patriotic about other Americans back when you were younger.
It's so hypocritical, like, it's so hypocritical, like, you wouldn't, if someone said that to you, I mean, you'd be upset. It's a basic golden rule. Treat people how you want to be treated, and people just don't follow it anymore. It's so interesting.
Yeah. And one that's in, like, every religion.
That's a really funny comment. Nico said Democrats versus Republican alliances versus Horde red versus blue.
Right.
I like that comment.
Oh, let's back up. We got some other chats we didn't read here. Very much a live and let live type person, as long as it's not causing harm or death to yourself or others. Yes. I know a girl who eats tins of SpaghettiOs cold. Just crack the can, eat with a utensil. Oz, you've never done that, right?
Okay, I've never gotten that desperate.
You'll at least warm it up.
I will at least warm it up because there's just something wrong with the texture of the sauce if it's cold. I just can't fucking do it.
You are a
weirdo.
texture
I don't like
leader.
SpaghettiOs in general.
Wow.
I did not like SpaghettiOs for a very long time. I liked them when I was very young, and then when I got pregnant.
Oh.
Mm.
Like a pregnancy craving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was with my second, and I'd just be like, D, fuck. I need me so. He's like, really? Those are. I'm like, they're so nasty, and I need them in my face.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Like interject. I went to like a bargain store with my mom recently, and we found this big old like pallet of Frank's Red Hot SpaghettiOs.
Oh, interesting.
And I knew it was gonna be terrible, but I had to take it home and try it. And it wasn't even as bad as you think it is. It was worse than you think it would be.
No.
found a way to be worse than you thought. I can assure you, it's worse than you think.
You should have live streamed that. I bet there is a clippable moment in there.
No one wanted to see that.
Maybe that's fair. Maybe that's fair.
I have to go to Savnir.
All right. Oh, I can at least port you to Razat Han.
Okay.
Liko says pretty much the same. I think people should just treat everyone else as a person. No need to differentiate as black or white, male or female. A person is a person is a person. What they do defines them, not labels people
Did you
give
just
them.
use your home hearth?
I did, but you can use your ring because you
That's true.
have not used your ring, and this time I actually paid attention. What they do defines them, not labels people give them. And if they ain't hurting anyone, let them be. I like that, especially the let what they do define them. Because I know people that'll say, this was a far left thing for a while that bothered me, is that if you're part of this particular ethnic group, you all have like a shared experience, and that makes you unique, and you have a certain contribution, and your viewpoint matters on these particular matters. Like if you want to know about Black Lives Matter, you should ask, you know, a black person from the ghetto how they interact with police. I'm like, that is not fair. You pick any two people, any two citizens of any country, even brothers and sisters, they're not the same. They don't have the same thoughts. They don't have the same experiences. And they don't necessarily have the same experience with police or policy or anything like that.
Right. And what seems to happen a lot is people end up creating a lot more labels and then say, but hey, labels don't matter. Don't listen to them. But they still continue to create more and more labels, divide people more and more, even if it's in a, hey, we care about you. Sorry, I hit my mic. Even if it's a, hey, we care about you. We're gonna give you this label to make you stand out. You're still making them stand out and treating them differently because of that label.
Right. Well, yeah, on my mom's side, a lot of my family has Hispanic heritage or blood. And when the left created the title of Latinx to sort of say, you know, if you're from a Latin American country, you have this unified identity.
Isn't that a slur? Like that gets turned into a slur, doesn't it? If you just pronounce it as one thing, it gets like, that's what a lot of Latinos I'm friends with say, or whatever.
Oh, maybe it turned out to be a slur eventually, but yeah, basically everybody I knew and a lot of people publicly rejected it because it's too lumping. It's too much of this idea of, if you look like this or if you come from one of these countries, surely you think and feel in a way like everybody else around you. It's like, no, I don't. We're not this big monolith of same. We don't have a hive mind. We're not like bees.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
We have similar origins, but we are not the same.
Right.
Yeah. That's what a lot of people seem to be. I don't know if it's missing out or just don't think about, but they're people, and every single person may look alike or sound alike or act alike, but they are different. Everyone has their own conscience. Everyone has their own thoughts that they work with.
100%.
Like you're not everyone's gonna agree if they are from the same group.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't even agree with most of my friends in high school. On a much less serious note, Akumu says, as long as they aren't like fiance's gluten farts, then you guys are fine. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Do you remember when we lived in Mika and we went to like Blaze Pizza?
Yes.
No. Yes. Do you remember those horrendous like paint peeling farts?
I guess not. Probably blocked it out of my memory.
You probably like scar brained them out of your head because they were awful. Turns out that she has a gluten intolerance, and that is why.
And then she went and got some gluten-y pizza. Le-
Blaze.
Lico says
so
Oz,
good.
Oz and I could be friends. I got horrible belches. I just don't like a party system at all. Oh, those are not really related comments. But Lico says, yeah, you guys could be belch buddies.
Belch buddies. That's the best term I've ever heard.
Lady Nico says there's Republicans that fool on our cheering and begging for civil war to come so that they can kill other Americans. I believe that. There's some very violent people out there that are just looking for a reason.
I think
Definitely
we live with
some
one.
odd characters.
These past 4 years, the left have been heavily radicalized to violence. Leftists that are now like gun-toting and go to ranges regularly are way more in vogue than they were like, 10 years ago when mass shootings were, part of the left's desire to sort of de-radicalize and disarm America. Now the left is like, well, if everybody's gonna have arms, then so are we.
I mean, I like having arms. They're really useful.
Wow. But
Sorry, I really couldn't help it.
Lady Nico says, I spend a lot of time on Twitter and I don't see leftists really like actively cheering and wanting civil war to happen. Most of the people I talk to are like, this is insane. You want to kill your own countrymen. Most of the people I see are right wingers taunting people saying, yeah, you stupid libtards. You just wait till the revolution is coming and I can't wait to blow you away. I think you've also got a certain algorithm going for you, though, from what it seems like. But yeah, it's hard to say what everybody sees online because we're all getting fed stuff based on the way that we've interacted with the internet too. So to say, this is the way the news tells things, you can tell that to somebody on the other side of the fence from you ideologically. They're not going to even see the same news stories as you, unless you're into stuff like, has anybody ever heard of ground news? They deliberately show you news stories that are like a blind spot to both sides. Like, here's a blind spot for the right, here's a blind spot for the left. I don't know anybody else that tries to do it that way. I'm not sponsored by them, but if you're listening, ground news, give me money.
Everyone needs money, so ain't no one gonna judge you.
Yeah, for real. Especially when you got a family, so you got other mouths to feed.
I wouldn't know.
Right-wing extremists are far more commonly outspoken, but left-wing extremists are far more organized. I wonder about that claim. Maybe. Right-wing extremism represents more as lone wolf attacks, while left-wing extremism results more as protests turning destructive. That I could see. Not least of which because the far right tends to be in more low-density, population density areas, and the far left tends to be in more urban areas. So I'm sure it's easier to meet up with people, whereas the far right could get into like forums and meet with people online. But maybe, you wouldn't be able to find as many people that think like you in your little town, right? Protests, for the most part, stay peaceful. It's when you get those outliers who sneak in because they want to cause trouble, like extremist groups or the right-wing people that come to start shit. True.
Yep.
When they do, it's typically caused by people affiliated with left-wing extremist entities, and it's perpetuated by groups of those people starting it, not by a lone actor. BLM got messed up because of extreme groups wanting the movement to fail because they don't want POC to be treated like equal citizens. I'd agree with both of you. I think there's psyops in a lot of situations like that, but there are also bad actors in the movements themselves. BLM definitely had some corruption, definitely had some bad elements, but there are also people who wanted BLM to fail that would come and deliberately screw with things. I mean, look, when we heard about the assassination attempt of Trump, how many people in my chat immediately thought, what if this was a psyop, right? What if this was somebody on the right saying, hey, this is going to like severely traject him up the polls if this happens? It's a sad sort of situation in which even when things really tragic or scary happen, we all have to start thinking like, okay, but what if this was somebody somebody lying, pretending to be the other side, or pretending to be a bad actor to get results because they're so desperate. Ground is amazing, highly recommend it. Did I show it to you? No. You're gonna hate if I tell you where I learned ground news from. Especially you, Lady Nico. It's dangerous to say BLM protests got violent because of people trying to mess with it when most of the convictions are people with extremist liberal ties. Interesting. Most of them could be closely be defined as anarchist more than anything, but as anarchist and extreme liberal are very similar at the present moment. I definitely think there's a sort of tanky revolution that happened a few years ago. I don't know if it's still in vogue, where the ideas of like far socialism and communism gained some traction, and the idea that those might be a way to overhaul and completely destroy the system and start over again in the US took.
Communism is very interesting. Like on paper, it sounds like almost perfect, but then in practice, it always fails.
Yeah.
Name a single successful communist country. You can't. Well, maybe China. China counts. I'll give you China, but that's through a lot of forceful dictatorship.
Even then, a lot of China's communism is dictatorship, like you said, or it's also thinly veiled capitalism that's allowed to exist in certain parts of it. Because they still let a lot of big corporations get away with what they want without the privatization that communism would have.
Yeah, China as a country is really interesting to look at.
The more I learn Chinese to teach my kids, the more I don't want to go to China with them. Because you end up learning about the culture too as you learn a language, and I'm like, I don't know.
China's a interesting place.
Yeah. Troa says everyone can just become an absolute hermit. It's nice and quiet. The problem with being a hermit, and I hate to say this to make you, I know you're just joking, but I'm going to make it a little bit serious, because I know a lot of older people that are like, I'm just going to move to Idaho or Montana and I'm just going to have a ranch. Is you can't do everything on your own. Like if you need advanced levels of medical care, or there's something really bad that happens on your homestead and you weren't trained to like learn how to fix or solve it, what do you do? How do you help yourself? Urbanization makes things easier for people because we don't all have to like learn and memorize everything. We can sort of rely on other people to be experts in other fields to help each other out. And it turns out we're more productive that way. Like if two people help each other out, they do more than ease the burden by just the one extra person. They ease it by, it's like some small multiplier higher than that. So the more people you add, the more, you know, you get 10 million people, you're not doing 10 million people's worth of work. If everybody's specialized, trained in different things, you're doing more than 10 million people worth of work. But it sounds fun to just go live on your own. I mean, look at previous presidents who got shot but didn't die. They did have their poll numbers shoot up. Fortunately, Trump is such an unlikable piece of shit that it didn't matter. His polls didn't go anywhere. It did seem like some things happened as a result afterwards. I feel like some of the outliers or naysayers or never Trumpers got a little more consolidated. But then Biden jumped out of the race and things got weird again. People kind of forgot about the pillow ear. So yeah, it's kind of like almost like they played a Uno reverse card right at the last second. Like, okay,
that pose he hit was mean though. I'm gonna just be honest. That pose went crazy.
Yeah. I posted it the night of because I was like, dang, that is like
it's hard.
A perfect photo opportunity.
Part of it though just felt it helped in that whole idea of it like potentially being staged.
I mean,
that was everything just seemed to work out too perfectly.
it only feels like it's staged to the left, though. The right, especially like the religious right, are going to see him turning his head at the right moment as divine intervention.
Yeah, no, I fucking hate it.
That's because you're not part of that. The death of capitalism leads to fascism, as we are seeing slowly happening in this country. Not just here. It's happening in a number of places in Europe and around others too. China isn't communist anymore. They do still have communist structures. So Weah's got it right. There's significant parts of the government, maybe not the market system with big corporations, but there are a lot of public controlled things like utilities and construction endeavors that are state mandated and state controlled, and not to mention like their internet, right, is completely state controlled situation. Too bad you didn't learn Japanese. I'm fluent in Japanese.
You're fluent in Japanese?
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta list out all the languages that D is in some variation learned.
Okay.
For all the people that aren't familiar.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
So yeah, Jam. Well, I don't need to explain the whole Japanese background, I guess. But English was my first language. Then French, Spanish. Yes, polyglot. Spanish, Japanese, Italian, Swedish, Gaelic.
Gaelic.
Yeah, American Sign Language. I'm missing one. What am I missing? German. How did I skip German? And Chinese, Mandarin Chinese.
That is a lot of languages.
Yeah, I'm not great with all of them anymore. But if I needed to, if we knew we were gonna be somewhere, either on a long-term vacation or thinking about moving or whatever, like give me a year and I'll be back in the saddle. Right? I wouldn't need to take classes. I just need to like study, watch TV, learn, listen, have music with the lyrics of that language, and I'd get it all back. Yeah, but Japanese was a big one for me because my I not only did I take a lot of classes, but before that, one of my best friends in high school was Japanese American. Him and his family taught me a bunch. I got Japanese textbooks before I ever took a class. I then met my first wife in Japanese 101. And we went to Japan together, and some of her family is part Japanese. A couple of my best friends that I'm still friends with now spoke Japanese as a second language, and one of them, who lives not far away from me, married somebody in Japan when he was a teacher of ESL, and he has bilingual kids who speak Japanese. Their house is majorly a Japanese household. Well. Thank you for the sub. Good to see you, Meg. Meg has joined us on YouTube.
Hello.
What's up?
How far back was that comment on Japanese? Oh, here we go. I've been to Hong Kong multiple times. I'd love to go, although I don't speak the language. That's one I don't speak, Cantonese. This election is absolutely crazy to follow. True. I'm just going to calm from doing anything breaking news because we did a breaking news stream sometime last week or the week before, and it kind of bit me. So I probably won't do that again. I'll wait until some facts come out before I talk about any of that kind of stuff.
It was definitely the week before because I started watching you Monday of last week.
Oh, okay. All right. Right on. Yeah, we'll wait until we can actually look up some facts before we talk about anything like that. Troa says, "Oh, Damien, being a hermit in the city is easier than you'd think." I guess there's a certain anonymity to being in a big city. You can just sort of feel like you're living on your own, but then at least you do have protection from if you have a medical emergency or something. You don't have to try to fix it in your own shed in the back.
Hey, you know what? Those farmers do real good at surviving.
Sometimes the ones that survive do a good job at surviving. You probably don't hear much about the ones that die early.
Yeah, but also if you ever see a farmer in a hospital,
you know something's bad. Yeah, you know
his shit is fucked.
It's real bad. situation then if they couldn't fix it on their own.
Did y'all know Japan supposedly has like a massive hermit problem?
Oh yeah,
I would not have any doubts whatsoever.
there's a big problem with where people feel like they need to be in society and where they actually get, and where you end up can be such a source of shame right now, whether that's because of the relationship you weren't able to secure, the job you didn't get out of school, or even the higher level education you didn't get because you weren't accepted by the schools that you tried to apply to. And some of it's also just addiction. I mean, Japan, just like the US, is really good at making addicts out of young kids. So if you get caught up in an MMO or a MOBA and that becomes like your entire life for a while, maybe that's kind of all you want, or all you feel like you aspire to. Yeah, so you just want like a small place of your own. You're not looking to have kids because what a burden that is in this economy. And so you just go and live your hermit life.
That, and I feel like there's a lot of people now that are like, I'm suffering in this life. Like, it's not even about I can't afford kids. It's I don't want people to live in this situation that I'm living in. They don't. Children don't ask to exist, and why the fuck am I gonna bring another life into this hellscape?
I've heard that in young Americans talking points. I wouldn't be able, or I don't know if I've never heard anybody from Japan saying that. It may be part of the culture, it may not be.
Whoa, who applauded violence against Jews? Where's that coming from, Minin? Wait, what? Sorry, I just saw that. Sorry to interrupt. That caught me off guard.
I'll catch up with chat and maybe we'll get some context for that comment. Lady Nico says Italy is already fully embracing fascism, as is Germany. Well, parts of Germany, right? Yeah, trying to make up for World War II, if you catch what I'm talking about. Tends to be, at least in Germany, it seems like it's the yuppies, like the young, rich kids, right? And I think that's just it's a byproduct of how they handled like Syrian refugees and a lot of other conflicts where they were very open border, and it created some hard feelings in the youth. Troa says, I've always loved that word, polyglot. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you found one on the stream. Jam says, too bad you didn't pick that one to teach your kids. If my kids stick with Mandarin, they're going to have so many more opportunities than just moving to mainland China. Whereas if they learned Japanese, which they still could, I mean, they already know a lot of the characters in simplified form. They just have to learn the traditional forms to use them in Japan. They have friends, like my friends' kids, who could immerse them in teaching them Japanese. And they already know 2 languages, so learning a third is going to be easier for them. But if they learn Japanese, they can only use it in Japan. Japanese isn't a language spoken in diaspora, whereas Mandarin is spoken as a business language through a lot of East and Southeast Asia. It's just a better power language for business. Hassan has had a lot of horrible takes. I wouldn't really put too much weight into what he says. Oh, you're going to start a fight, Likos. He gives platforms to literal extremists and murderers and has shared anti-Semitic propaganda. He doesn't share. He's actually friends with H3H3. He just wants to see an end to that specific conflict. He doesn't give platforms to extremists if you're talking about when he talked with the teenager from Yemen. Even the Anti-Defamation League, which gets slammed a lot for being way too liberal, has spoken out against him. Hassan is Muslim, where and more. Have you ever watched one of his streams? He literally applauded Houthi violence against Jews and has supported the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. He never applauded violence against Jews. He does not support the jihad. He wants an end to violence. Interesting.
Yeah, so that is interesting. So I did real quickly. I just did a quick Google search, so grain of salt here.
Sure.
But I looked up the quick origins of the ADL to see if it is a trustworthy source, and it it appears trustworthy. Its mission is to fight the defamation of Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment of all. And it appears to be mostly a credible source to go to about most things. So that's interesting. So the article they dropped is at least good to go to for anti-Israeli activists applauding Houthi violence, it looks like. And then I did a quick Google search on Houthis, what they are, and apparently they aim to govern all of Yemen and support external movements against the United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. And apparently they are very much a massive extremist terrorist like group.
Yeah.
It is that's crazy. Genuinely crazy.
Yeah, the Houthis are in a very key position in the Middle East because they have basically the southern part of the Red Sea in an area that's under pretty good military control for any trade that tries to go through. And they can sort of help decide the fate of what goes on there and also the fate of what goes on with the Jordan River as well, to some degree, even though they're not directly in that area, just because of their military power. And they've been part of, there's been terrorism in that area of Yemen for a long time. It's not just related to modern conflict.
Yeah.
But
that's a very interesting tidbit of I can't speak. I'm sorry. Of information that you have dropped there. That's very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be able to say that the Houthis are directly like friendly with Palestinians and their futures, so much as I think they're hedging bets that they have similar enemies and are trying to create something of an interest connection with Palestine. Maybe somebody else knows more about that whole situation than I do. I only sort of know Houthis based on a just internal to Yemen kind of idea, and not in the whole greater global theater of things right now. But I know that the US has definitely been upset with some of their interactions and has been firsthand attacked by the Houthis before. Now, as far as Hassan and his positioning, I'm gonna have to leave that to you guys. I don't have nearly the kind of basis for knowledge of what another streamer does, especially somebody who spends hours online talking about this kind of stuff, where his stance is, if it's evolved, and how he speaks with other people and what sort of assertions he's made. I believe for somebody that does hours and hours and hours of political streaming, like that kind of branding that Hassan is into, that it's really easy to clip monkey somebody like that and say, I just heard something that, if isolated and without context, sounds really hair-raising. And people like to create hair-raising content because it goes viral, you get noticed, your own profile gets clout, and especially if you're monetized and you can make a really big viral post on somebody else, piggybacking off of something that you've heard, then you're incentivized to do so, right? You're incentivized to make people out to be bad.
Can you stop kissing everything?
We just got a raid. Simbatha. Well, hello, raiders. Hi and welcome. I think I missed the end of the stream. Don't worry, Toady. You're in a safe space, relatively. We're just talking about the Houthis and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict tonight, and about Hassan's takes and whether or not he's acting in good faith, and radicalism on both sides, and how it's affecting our elections and future, from local to just very safe conversations. Nothing hair-raising. Everything that you can talk about at the Thanksgiving table with your elderly relatives, right? Nothing weird going on here. How's it going, guys? Let me do a shout out for Simbatha. If you got to self-care, if you got to go do your human things, Batha, please, by all means, do. You can raid and run.
Oh my god! Walk 2 feet forward, bitch! Murders you! Oh my god!
Took me out with him.
Come at me. Don't come at me.
Yo!
They came.
Walk 2 feet forward.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, that was
Listen,
fucking
I took them down with
something.
me.
Yeah, man, you're like.
I have to head out of a good stream. Hold these. Aww.
Quiztrack just subscribed.
We just hit a hype train, you guys.
Sorry to be
Thank you,
so quiet.
Silvus. You're fine.
I'm reading these articles and stuff that's been dropped. I'm trying to
All right on.
Zaroni's just subscribed.
stay up to date. Oh wow! I just saw that little gifting right there. That's cool.
Pretty awesome.
Pink_Viper just subscribed.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
Congrats, everybody.
Stuart Mullin just subscribed.
Hey, they actually read your name right in the text-to-speech, Stuart. Good stuff.
Nice.
Well, congrats, everybody. Oh, one more. Sorry.
Rogiera101 just subscribed.
Rojira. Welcome. Welcome to your tier 1 subs, courtesy of Silvos. All of my emoji are my own, so please enjoy. If you are looking for an emoji and you don't see it, let me know, and I've got a couple emoji slots I still need to fill out, so I can get back to the drawing board and make those happen. And we're already 50% through a level 2 hype train. Dang. Good stuff. Thanks. Thank you so much. Okay, Lady Nico, back up a little bit. The reason people are attacking Hassan for supporting extremists is because he had a Yemeni teenager on his stream and interviewed them. The kid was not part of the Houthis. He was just a victim of all the bombing the U.S. had done there. The biggest stance and reason as to why the Houthis are getting involved is because they want Israel to stop attacking the Palestinians. Do the Houthis really have incentive to do that? I didn't think almost anybody in the Arab world cared about Palestine's future, except insofar as how they don't appreciate the state of Israel. Again, I'm speaking from really low knowledge in this point, so I'm not going to be making big assertions here on that particular topic tonight. I think we'll need to agree to disagree, because there's been a lot more than just that he said that I don't like. I don't do Thanksgiving, so I'm good. That's fair. I will drop these off with you. I have a hella interesting cutscene of 14 that I'm dying to watch. Batha, please enjoy and have a wonderful night. Thanks so much for trusting me with your community, as foolhardy of a move as that is. Liko says he uses a lot of charged language, lots of fear-mongering. Anna said past instances of violence like 9/11 on October 7th are justified. I don't know about those, but I do hear the charged language here and there, and I do not appreciate the way he picks on people. But that's just me. Again, I like to pick on people if they have stupid ideas, but I don't like picking on people for how they dress, what they look like, their hairline, or anything weird like that. He comes off as kind of like an alpha bully at times. I was bullied by those people when I was younger, so, you know, I don't like that side of his branding.
Hassan's an interesting character in the debate space, influencer space, whatever you want to call whatever space he's in. He's a very interesting character in all of those, because the way he talks about things is, like you said, I mean, he just straight bullies people sometimes to try and get his view across, which is not what you should do ever, in my opinion. I mean, that's a terrible way to debate. But some of his views are views that I tend to agree with, not really involving this. I don't believe the stuff he said here, just to go ahead and get that out the way. But some of the stuff, like, sometimes he makes good points, and I think a broken clock can strike twice a day. It does strike twice a day, but Hassan, the way he makes that clock strike, he strikes it with a hammer.
Yeah.
instead of letting it turn.
you know that it wins though. Like if you just look at the amount of money that he generates, like me from a business standpoint, not trying to like judge the person, because again, I don't know enough of his like policies, stances, or like things he really asserts deeply that he feels motivated toward, but I know like kind of how big he has gotten in the time that he's been active. So bullying might not be the right thing to do. Hey Kit. We're talking about Hassan Abi.
Hassan Piker.
Yeah, Hassan Piker. But I can appreciate just from a business standpoint that he's got a finger on the pulse of like what people like to see. Maybe he's not even that rude when the cameras are off, and he's just like, "Hey, good game. You know, we really kicked their asses." I've heard this about like Alex Jones of all people, you know, screaming about like homosexual frogs and that sort of thing. And he just looks.
That clip is hilarious.
He just looks like he's a retard, right? But when the cameras are off, at least a few people have said, he is a showman first and foremost. Like, yeah, he gets paid to say some pretty awful things, but he also knows when the cameras are on that he has an obligation to make money, and he knows who he's making money from and what they want. So he's very much like, you know, playing a part, being something that he thinks people want to see. It'd just be like anybody else who puts on, you know, like crazy makeup like Kiss, and then, you know, straps on a guitar and plays certain rock music. We don't expect that to be like who they are when they're watching TV at night, but we have an expectation of them once they get on camera or on the stage. And I think
rage bait works.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Hassan knows this. I don't know if that's endemic to his character. Maybe the cameras are off and he's still like that. Maybe. But he's smart enough to know what makes money and what doesn't, and he's doing that. So I'll say that about him. I just got my ass kicked in a trial, says Toady. Oh no. I'd help you out, but I'm not there yet. We're not in the new expansion yet ourselves. I swear I know you're not, but my tired brain keeps hearing you say hoopties. Yes, it's the hoopties in Yemen. Houthis. I don't know if it's just not picking up on my mic or whatever. To be fair, they cut themselves out of the discussion in 2006 when they elected terrorists to run their government. Terrorists that have yet to hold another free election in Gaza. Oh, talking about Hamas. I don't pick on people unless it's that fuck in the mirror. That's my favorite person to pick on, to be honest.
No, it's not. There's one other person that you are absolutely, you fucking love to pick on.
Wait, is it you? No, just kidding. Wait, who are you talking about? That's not me in the mirror that I pick on. I don't pick on them. Not to their face.
No, not to their face, no. But behind their back, ruthlessly, mercilessly.
Oh, I mean, that's different when you talk about somebody behind their back.
That is very different.
I don't talk about almost anybody in the face of the planet behind their back, unless they're just an absolute horrible person and they've done a lot to harm me and my family.
What's wrong, Doug? That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Enough to say it behind their back. You believe it enough to say it in front of their face if you can.
If you can.
A politician, I mean, you can't really go up and say anything to. But
or if there's a power differential, like let's say that horrible person's your boss, and you need to make money so you can afford to live with a roof over your house. There would probably be a lot of things you want to say. You probably can't say them.
Right. Well, let's just. I'll pull an example out of my butt here.
Sure.
Let's just say it's a random person on the street being rude, all that. But I guess not a random person. It doesn't work like that. I'm trying to think of a good example. I'm struggling here.
No problem. Take your time.
Here's one. We'll use a friend as an example.
Okay.
Just a regular old friend. They do something you don't like. They could just order their coffee their own way, but they do something you don't like. and you don't like it enough, you're going to talk to other people about it. You should not like it enough to say it to their face. And I think it is more important that you don't like it enough to say it to their face, because you should try and help them improve it. Like when you talk about someone, when you, I mean, I'll use these to make fun of you. When you talk to a person in a negative way, it should be to help them stop doing that negative thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my view. Not everyone has that view, but you should definitely. I don't know. It's what my mom taught me, I guess. Don't say anything you can't say to someone's face.
Yeah. I really like that strategy, actually. It's one that I do try to take into account for the people that I talk to that I find personally deplorable. But yeah, well, mostly if I find somebody really deplorable to talk to, I'll try just not to talk to them. You know, they live their life, I live my life. We'll try to keep as separate as absolutely human possible. But if I have to, I do like your strategy, and I do try to incorporate that the things you say are an attempt to try to, you know, help the situation as best as possible. Maybe get them to stop being the way that they are in whatever subtle ways that you can. You can't always tell somebody, hey, could you just, you know, stop being awful? Some people,
and then there's narcissists,
literally can't. Yeah, like a narcissist literally couldn't, probably.
Well, I've probably said it in your chat before, but my favorite creator of all time is Moist Critical, and one of the reasons that I like him so much is because of the way he talks about things, the way he handles drama or talks about a bad person, like Sneeko. Back when he was in that big thing with Sneeko. At the start, it was because Sneeko was saying, and the entire thing, Sneeko was saying bad, mean, I mean, just crap out of his mouth, right? He was spewing diarrhea all over the place. And the reason Moist Critical started talking, which he stated, the original reason he started talking, is because he tries to bring that to their attention, that he makes fun of them to get them to stop doing that bad, embarrassing thing that they do. And that's I respect that. I think that that's a good tactic.
Yeah.
Smart tactic.
I can appreciate that.
And that's the reason you should talk about things like that. You should call out a bad actor to get them to, one, either stop acting bad and being a bad actor, or get them out of a position where they can be a bad actor. Those are the two things you should be talking about a situation like that for. It shouldn't be just to get your voice out there, just to get this attention. It should be to solve the problem.
I like that. Yeah. I like the idea of bringing something to light to help it grow, or to help that person understand, maybe even just understand how they sound. Some things that we say, we don't even get the way that we're impacting somebody else unless we hear it back, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I know I've neglected chat for almost 10 minutes now. I apologize.
Oh,
I'll come back to it.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. Israel's been taking their land from them since the 50s or 60s, and illegally, I will add. It's definitely something that the IDF just weighed in on recently, right? Not IDF. Absolutely the wrong. The International Court, ICC. ICC just weighed on the settlements, right, recently. I don't like what Israel did. It's no justification to attack and kill civilians ever. That I agree. People of Gaza deserve better than to be led by kidnappers and murderers. They also deserve better than to live under Israel's boot. I like that concept. Yeah. Just good thing, especially for civilians, just goodness and not terrorism and not oppressive military. What Israel is doing right now is also murder and genocide. It was justification for the US to do the same when we were attacked. People clip Hassan in the worst moments. Of course. It's pretty much everybody in that space, right? If you watch a clip of somebody and it wasn't done by their own editors, I imagine Moist Critical is probably the same way. I imagine anybody in that space who does debates and takes on anyone, Sneeko probably puts himself under the under his own bad scrutiny, and it's probably part of the reason why he gets kicked off of various social media.
Sneeko seems to have like a humiliation fetish or something.
Well, I think he's also kind of like Alex Jones, where he's playing a part because he sees some money and opportunity. He's a little young and a little like of a certain demographic from, well, before he started going down this path, that it just seemed like he was doing market research to try to figure out where he could find his niche and grow himself. I've got a strong feeling that the things that he talks about, like on Fresh and Fit and other places, that Sneeko's really just looking to try to become a career provocateur, and that he doesn't really believe the things that he says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He almost
for sure.
He almost looks
For
like
sure.
he's just kind of half smirking when he talks all the time anyway. But I'd also believe it if it ever got leaked. That's like, oh hey, this guy's just like, he's just a shill trying to get some Republican old people money or some like red pill money. I'm like, oh okay, well then, you know, go for it. Make that money. Everybody's gonna hate you, but I guess if you're getting paychecks.
Every time he makes these big statements about another YouTuber, he always has a shit-eating grin on his face because he knows he's gonna make bank off of talking about it.
Yeah.
He knows he is.
I can understand that. And I would, you know, honestly, as somebody who's looking to turn this into a business, I would follow those kind of footsteps where I would just try to look for whatever maximizes my profits. Except I would hate myself at the end of the night. I would actually tear myself apart. I couldn't just take my money and like rub it against my face and feel better. So I've got to follow a different sort of policy for me.
Once again, rage bait works.
Yeah.
It's still engagement, whether you fucking hate it or you fucking love it.
It's true. Well, if you ever see me raging 5 years from now, I'll tell you today, a tacit agreement. I did it for the money and not because I'm actually a ragey person. Well,
I'll make sure to remember that.
Let's hope that actually literally doesn't come true. He tries to calmly explain things to people. We're talking about Hassan again. And these are things that he said multiple times over the years, but people clip him when he's blowing up because the person keeps asking the same stupid question over and over again. Let's see. I got a level 1 hype train emote. I'm going to share it in chat.
Nice. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water.
Oh, do your thing.
Self-care.
Yes. Trump got in a shit ton of trouble for what he said that caused January 6th. Lots of people get in trouble for saying even a single bad thing. Although Trump didn't actually get in trouble for that, right? And a lot of people that believe he was innocent or said the right things for that time. I followed Hassan on Instagram out of curiosity for a little while. He just felt kind of arrogant just from there, so I unfollowed. That's about all I know about the guy. He definitely has a lot of focus on aesthetic as a storytelling device, and I find that hard to follow, even though I get the monetization aspect of that. I have my own views on aesthetic too, so I'm not going to say that I'm completely without sin and that everything should just be based on your ideas and not what you look like at all. But I've also heard a lot of great ideas from people that are, you know, less than Hassan level of looks.
So I am gonna call it for the night.
Okay.
I wanted to get a couple of things done before I went to bed.
Yeah.
So I will say goodnight and say goodnight to chat.
Sounds good. Have a good night, Oz. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Thanks
Also, 133.
133 stream streak. Congrats.
It's insane.
Don't lose it now.
It's one of those where it's like, well, son, I suppose you're gonna have to be
That's
Henry
another
the
thing.
13th because fuck it,
I'm
this
right
time,
as the
if I
mail.
don't, I'm gonna get murdered by the rest of my family. Like, not even joking.
Yeah, just be careful. You don't get the wrong kind of attention from people trying to stop you from your streak.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye.
Has Hassan gotten in trouble for anything that he said? Yeah, it's a good question. He's blunt. People get him out of context. Yeah. That's true. Do-do-do. Biggest problem in all of this is happening because Israel will not treat Palestinians like equal human beings. If Israel stopped its aggressions, all this would blow over more than likely. Israel has killed over 40,000 Palestinian civilians since October 7th. Gaza itself was a former property of Egypt, yet they take no responsibility with handling the refugees humanely. Oh yeah, Egypt is very much caught up in its own political affairs, right? You basically have somebody who took over as a coup, as a military coup, who is now spending all of his clout, all of his political clout to try to make a military coup impossible, because he knows that the only thing that could overthrow his power right now is exactly what he did to overthrow the previous government. So Egypt's busy with Egypt. I think they're spending crazy amounts of money right now trying to make a new center for all of the government sort of administration buildings, because right now where they exist in Cairo, it's too easy for radicals to come in and overthrow them. And he would know, because that's exactly how he took on power. So they're not gonna treat with Palestine, and a lot of the Arab world isn't going to treat with Palestine, right? It's a wildly uncomfortable situation where, in order to reach the greater global market, they have to act in certain ways that probably don't burn bridges. And I feel one of the weirdest things about where Israel's actions are leading them right now is they almost seem to act in ways that show that tell that Netanyahu doesn't believe he has bridges to burn, that no matter what he does, people will side with him. If he has the right narratives, all of his important backers will continue to follow him and agree with what he does. And that seems really wild, really interesting to me that would be the case.
Oh no, where'd Oz go?
She had to eventually turn in. It was time. Yeah, both of us are moving our time to wake up earlier and earlier, and so it's really kicking our asses. And so she definitely needed to go, probably a while back, but stayed up anyways because the conversation was interesting.
Oh, that's fun. That's nice.
Yeah. We're really back in back chat, but I'm trying to skip through and catch up to what I could do here.
Are they still talking about Hassan?
A lot about Hamas and Israel and Palestine.
Oh wow, that's a long conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot to say, and I don't have enough of a academic background on this to be able to speak too deeply on it.
Yeah, I try to avoid it.
A war implies both sides are on equal footing. I would definitely disagree with that. Wars are not generally fought on equal footing.
Wars are generally one side.
Yeah. I mean, if wars were on equal footing, then we would say that, what Russia is doing is like overwhelmingly overpowering Ukraine, and that, I don't know how to explain the whole thing with Ukraine needing help from other people. But they need help, and I think people are willing to do it, and I would still call it a war, even though Ukraine's doing pretty amazing things in the Black Sea, even though they have military inferiority.
I used to have this big old gallon water jug, pretty much, and I just found it again. And so I'm real excited now. I don't have to go back and forth 80 million times.
Nice.
to fill water. 'Cause
That's what I do.
I have to drink a lot of water because, as I think I've mentioned before, I'm a wrestler, and we have to drink a lot of water.
Oh yeah.
Lot. I mean, I can't think of any other word than shit ton of water.
Well, that's why you gotta. Also, if you stream, it's just good to have a big jug, anyways, because people like to do hydrate checks and make sure that you're taking care of yourself. So, good idea.
Oh, speaking of which, you taking care of yourself?
Yeah, so far so good.
Well,
If you try
I still
the
have a 3-minute cooldown.
if you try the self-care and it's on a cooldown, that means somebody has already helped out.
Dang it! I was about to say, well, get ready to take care, man.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be waiting on that cooldown.
Why should Ukrainians have to leave their homes? Why should any refugee have to leave their home? Leaving your home is out of necessity and not desire. You leave your home because the conditions there are worse than they would be if you left. I mean, the reason why I'm in the US is because my grandma and her parents had to leave their home because they wanted better conditions. What game is this? We're in Final Fantasy 14, but because we're not like really deeply focused on playing it, this is definitely a just chatting stream. So I'm categorizing my Wednesdays appropriately so that nobody comes in here going, I want to see you do this dungeon, or I want to see the newest expansion, or, you know, why are you just reading chat? It's
chatting with Final Fantasy 14 in the background.
Exactly. It's setting expectations. Yeah. The game is there just because it's pretty.
That's pretty much what happened all like Saturday.
Yeah.
You just stared. You actually went about 3 places.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we got somewhere, but not like a whole lot.
You mostly stared at the ocean and the sky.
I refuse to blame my audience for being such interesting conversationalists. You guys are great. So super appreciate you guys.
This is the most viewers I've had you. I've seen you've had in a while.
Are you just looking on Twitch, or are you adding the people on YouTube, Instagram, and Kick as well?
I'm just adding the people on. Well, I don't have Kick nor Instagram.
Oh, well, there you
but
go.
I can check on YouTube. But even just on Twitch, it's a lot.
Good stuff. Appreciate you all being here.
A lot of people stuck around from that raid, which usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you too. Botha and I are like, I have mad respect for them, and they're part of my greater family, like literally family, because of Spotted being my brother-in-law. So we're kind of literally family, but that doesn't mean that just because you like Botha, you like me. So if you came over in the raid and you're still here, I'd super appreciate that, because there's nothing holding you here. And we're incredibly different brands. Yeah. We could and will hold Israel accountable for the war crimes. I'd like to see where the future of Israel's actions go, but honestly, I'd really like to see that happen to Netanyahu and his political party, as opposed to like the civilians. You know what I mean? The civilians of Israel deserve better leadership, in my opinion. We should also hold the rest of the Arab world accountable for their part in this war. I definitely agree. I think it's hard to do anything about Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and their various proxy players and conflicts. That's why they do proxy conflicts. I mean, the US and Russia are great at it. We've been doing it for forever, where we don't actually engage with each other in any way, but we mess with each other all over the place. So I think that's kind of the future of a lot of big modern warfare, is who do you get to do the dirty work for you so you can come off with a clean record. Israel's the reason that these other countries are coming after them. They're deliberately causing trouble and killing Palestinians, regardless of their Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. Yes and no. They didn't ask for, you know, all of the initial invasions coming in, although I would still argue that the Arab world centering around Israel wasn't exclusively because they just didn't want. I guess what I mean to say is the whole establishment of Israel in the Middle East seemed like a really big anti-Semitic ploy from a lot of Europe because of all the pogroms and all the people who hated having Jews in their society. There did seem like a lot of social pressure in a lot of the allied countries back at the inception of Israel to find a place to stuff all their Jews away. And I have a friend. I had a friend. I guess we're not that close right now, but he's Jewish. He went to Israel for the first time in his life and came back. He said, you know, my parents wanted to take me so I could be more in touch with my faith and more connective to, you know, our heritage and all that sort of stuff. And I said, so what did you take away from being in Israel? And he said, I feel like it was the biggest, the establishment of Israel was the biggest anti-Semitic move in history, second only to the Holocaust. That this was something that was so rude that the world came together and said, if you are of this faith or heritage, you all need to go down there into this area of the world where you're going to be thrust into conflict for the rest of your lives and your children's lives and their children's lives. Yeah. I appreciate you taking care of each other in chat. I'm seeing some moderation happening among you because I'm way back in time, trying to catch up with everything. So I do appreciate what's going on with the chat, trying to be keeping it friendly with one another. America is not going to go after Israel because of the Bible. I mean, we could still hold sanctions, trade sanctions on them for acting against ICC and Geneva Convention. We have policy reasons why we can be cautious about the sort of support that we provide.
All right, sorry I left. Happy to be back. My brother came in the room, and for obvious reasons, I try to keep him off mic, off camera type beat.
Oh, sure. If you didn't consent to it anyway, yeah, you're just trying to be protective. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
Sorry. No. You go ahead.
Well, I'm still trying to catch up with chat. So.
Oh, you're still reading chat. I was gonna do something in chat, so you can.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and read
Go for it.
I was just gonna do a quick take care of yourself, but that can wait.
Oh yeah, let's hang on until maybe we catch up with chat entirely.
Yeah.
I just got a mental image of a loofah made out of ones from that "rub my face in money" comment. Definitely do not.
That's another thing.
Thank you for the self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
If you're gonna wash your face with anything, don't let it be $1 bills. At least go with $20 bills or higher. You never know how much cocaine sniffed through those $1 bills. I don't know if that's an urban legend. I'm just going to sit back and stay out of this debate/argument unfolding. Probably smart. You're holding me to it? Holding me to what? I'll watch that clip later. In law, doesn't matter where a fight is happening, both sides get in trouble. In this case, I mean, both sides are committing war crimes, then absolutely. It's extremely important to note protests were happening on private property and public property without permits. Watch streak is one again. Troa, you've got to get a help ticket into Twitch. Hassan has not gotten in trouble, but he does get regular death threats. I'm sure anybody that big must, especially if he voices the opinions that he voices. Gets called a terrorist, has threats against his family and himself, and more. That doesn't mean somebody's right, but it does mean that you've got to be careful with security. The bigger and more famous you get, especially as a provocateur. Hey D, have you seen my pictoglam yet? I love it. Toady, you're amazing. Most every place is private property. That's true, actually. Netanyahu needs to lose power. He's clearly executed this war poorly. Also, there's a question of corruption when he's trying to neuter his own court system. Yeah. I don't know too many countries that are comfortable with where he's going with this. Even in the initial justifications that he's cited from the October 7th attacks, I think we're well past the point where other countries feel comfortable with what's going on. And I mean, just talking about like international conventions. First Amendment protects your right to assemble and protect in public spaces such as streets, sidewalks, parks, and public spaces. These known as traditional public forums and are government property that have traditionally been available for express purposes. True. You also don't need a permit for most protests unless you're going to be a parade. Yeah. Homie came with receipts. Yes, that's the kind of community we're building. One where we fact check instead of talk off the top of our heads. Super appreciate that. I logged in just to vibe. Toady, this is kind of a half vibe session, but Wednesdays are usually not just strictly vibe, my dude.
I like Toady's energy. I like it a lot.
Yeah. We're a bit of an intense community. Yeah. But we still game, we still have fun.
Toady, I'll vibe with you.
I'm strong in the Google foo. Appreciate that. I did go back and look. You stood around at the top of the Wark Sacrifice Tower for over 2 hours. Can't blame me. Blame yourselves too. Or I mean, can't just blame me, Tara.
Are they referring to the
Saturday
last
stream? Yeah.
You did.
Hold the government and Netanyahu himself accountable. Absolutely. Like, I think everybody spent a good amount of time saying, here's what I'm going to say about Israel, but first I will make sure that, yes, I stand against Hamas. Yes, I disagree with Hamas. They are terrorists, blah, blah, blah. You put all that stuff forward so everybody knows you're not some weird, like, shill for terrorism for whatever reason. It felt like a thing to say. Just like, I don't know, there's a period of time when people talked about Islam and they had to, like, preface, I don't stand with, you know, extremists or terrorist actions if I'm going to say anything positive about Islam. But yeah, I feel that when you look at something like the October 7th attacks, nobody is going to look at that and say, I feel like the things that Hamas did were justified, or I feel like that kind of action is accounted for because of Israel's history. Like nothing like what happened in that day is ever justified to do to anybody ever, no matter what kind of social pressure or agony is put on people, even over generations of living under duress. It's not appropriate. But that doesn't give Israel any kind of pass to break Geneva Convention, burn, pretend like they can't burn bridges, pretend like they don't live in a global economy, pretend like they don't need support from Europe and the US in order to stay where they are and not be squished by their neighbors. Netanyahu definitely has something coming down the pipeline. I'm not the political analyst to be able to estimate what that could possibly be, but I see a reckoning happening for sure. You're right, Damien. It's mostly the Israeli government that's doing these things, but there are Israeli settlers and citizens that do follow the extremist government BS as well. Yeah, I think anybody in illegal settlement needs to be treated as though they are breaking the law, right? It's literally illegal. So, yeah. Most of that has to do with your legal stance after you've been arrested to avoid jail time. Talking about protesting. Israel itself is a whole shit show from the founding all the way till now. Well, the experience of being Jewish was a shit show long before the establishment of Israel. In Europe, it was an awful situation. I have I have some recordings of somebody who survived one of the camps. She happened to be of Polish Jewish descent, and her explanation of everything, even after everything that she lived through, she still has very positive things to say about her captors. Like, she still loves on a human level the German soldiers that did what they did, because she's just got that kind of a heart, you know what I mean? And that's amazing. That's amazing to experience so much violence and still feel like you have a place to love and appreciate somebody just on a basic human level. But it's possible. But when you listen to the things that she and her family put up with, it didn't stop when the Germans lost World War II, right? The experience of being Jewish in Europe has been historically awful, and it creating a place for them in a different part of the world entirely didn't fix much of anything. Oh yeah, Damien, the UK and US purposely put Israel there just to destabilize the region. And I had, and of course, the extreme evangelical Christians wanting to give the Jewish people Israel so that the rapture can happen. Yeah, I don't know if they were in power to be able to make that policy happen so much as the destabilization was a popular idea. The establishment of having, you know, some sort of power center in that area or an allied power in that area was important. And then to, as I said before, just get an unwanted portion of the populace out of many countries in Europe, because they were really treated as secondhand citizens in a lot of places at that time. It wasn't like we laud the Jews like the evangelical Christians. It was, we've historically really don't appreciate these people and want them out, and have their own nation is a good reason to get them out.
These conversations make me realize that it's important not to take everything given to you at face value on a silver platter. Everything is so much more nuanced and complicated than people choose to think about a lot of times.
Yeah. And
so you can have stuff like let's move the Jews to Israel. It'll be great. They can have their little section, and then really it's let's move these Jews to Israel, and they can have their own little section away from us. Is really what it boils down to a lot of the times. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, there are so few reasons why things happen in the world for just like a positive reason. Like, we want a war, we're gonna do like good things for people. Probably you're gonna do things that either they help you in some way. I mean, I know so few Americans that understood why we went to Afghanistan to, you know, start a conflict there to try to break the Taliban away as a governmental force. And it sounded like, well, it was something that we did because we're America, global police, and we're supposed to go out and help people, and it was not the case. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No. You go ahead.
All right.
I'm sorry.
I'm still trying to catch up. Every time I feel like I'm about 10 minutes to the end of chat, then chat keeps going. Israel, definitely, Damien. Israel exists for a reason. That reason can't be ignored when you act as if the entire country should just be wiped out in favor of a Palestine. True. We exist for discussion, even if heated, and I love you for it. Thank you for being here in this way. I'm getting a little heated, Damien. I won't lie, but I'm keeping myself in check. Yes, I know this is a big hot topic conversation point for you. It's why I have refused to make this an official topic of my chat, because I don't know enough to host this particular conversation. But you all made it happen instead of the conversation on campaign contribution funds. So I'm just here for the ride like you are right now. A megaphone won't be the make or break. They stand outside the women's health clinic with a megaphone screaming awful stuff and nothing happens. As long as the speech is not violent, such as saying, go hurt those women who are sinning, or the doctors are the devil, get rid of them. That's true. That's true. Two-state solution is the only rational one, even if both sides hate the idea of it. Yeah, getting both sides to agree on any component has been historically almost impossible, right? I think the only solution to get to a two-state solution would be to replace the leadership with people who are amenable to that idea, right? I think citizens generally want peace, and two-state would make peace happen. So if somebody is in the concept of peace at all costs, then maybe we could get them into power and come up with something where peace talk could come true, but not with the current leadership. All I've heard was unlawful on both sides. Turns out I might have been wrong. No one is in favor of wiping out Israel or the people. That is not true. No one wants to completely decimate Israel. That is also not true. They want the Israelis to live. I've heard people that disagree with that point. And stop taking Palestinian land from the Palestinians or selling Palestinian land to only Israelis in the United States. They want Israelis and Palestinians to live peacefully. Well, yeah, I would argue some people do want that, but there's no monolith, right? I've definitely heard people that would love to see every Israeli wiped off the face of the planet. I've definitely heard people that would like to hear every Palestinian wiped off of the face of the planet. And none of those people should get their wish, right?
Yeah, no. Genocide is bad, guys. Hot topic.
Yeah. Hot topic. What you are as a nationality shouldn't matter. It should just matter at the individual level who you are.
Well, whoa now, Dame. Getting into some hot water there.
I do know the attacks of the counter protesters are absolutely illegal. If they can convince it is wrong, that you're less likely to be a problematic protester. Interesting. If you're talking about protesters, then I might be talking out of my ass because I'm still talking about the actual Middle East. My mom's really bad about telling me everything she sees is true. I used to get yelled at by her for fact checking because I was calling her a liar. I've heard a lot of people talk about this, like their own experiences matter. If our own experiences mattered so much, we'd have a whole nation of people or more that believed that the earth isn't spinning because it doesn't feel like it. You know, you can't trust common sense or personal experience to dictate things. We don't exist in that reality. We need externalities. We need things that can measure well beyond what we're able to see for ourselves. And that includes big data. That includes, you know, trusting sources well outside of our own. I really dislike people that laud themselves. Not saying that this is your mom, Kit, because maybe that's not the case, but I know a lot of people that live in their own headspace so much, they care so much about themselves as the main character in a story, that what they see or what they perceive is true no matter what contradictory evidence they get. And that's so dangerous.
You just made me think of those flat earthers, like in this one documentary, who legit like did their own research and proved themselves wrong.
Yeah.
And refused to accept it. Like, oh, this is wrong? No, we had to be wrong in the math. The Earth isn't round because we think it's flat.
Yeah.
So we did something wrong.
Our methodology, was wrong somehow. We did the experiment wrong to get those results.
It's a level of delusion that I will always find funny.
Yeah.
Dangerous delusion, but funny.
Toady says, I'm not good at heavy conversations, so I'm just going to be vibing with or without my tits out. I super appreciate that in both styles.
I love that statement.
I couldn't remember if they did arrest any counter-protesters, because a lot of them that were doing really violent stuff got away with it. Not enough of the counter-protesters were arrested, because a lot of them were not students and didn't really have any place being on the college campus. No blame here. It makes me feel better about my own 75% mouth running, 25% game streams. See, Tara, there is a market for this. Bras are terrible. Always let the girls run free when you can. Everybody should have at least one party tit. Maybe two.
These sentences from an outside perspective as a unregistered third party are the best.
Kit says the ads were Quaker Oats, camping with skunks. What the heck was that an ad for? Cliff jumping, car sales, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Interesting. Thanks for sharing.
I bet the camping with skunks was like a skunk be gone spray or something.
Interesting. I didn't know those existed.
I don't know. Probably.
We chat a lot. I'm sorry, I can't help it if I'm articulate. I want you guys here in this chat. It's exactly why. What the types of conversations you have are proof of why you're part of this community and why I want you here and where I want to grow us. I would kill for us to be able to expand this out to the point where I can't even keep up with chat. I'm already not keeping up with chat. I've skipped so much. A lot of it because I can't speak on the components that you guys are talking about as far as the student protests. I'm not caught up on those stories.
If you focus up, you're getting there.
All right. You say I've never been more confused. Kid says same. It was a ride though. No, we didn't actually talk about my actual topic. Oh, there's still 15 minutes. We could still do a little bit of research. If anyone wants to pop into a Google search and help me understand what part of campaign financing keeps it separate from what I perceive as actual bribery, that's what I originally started this stream about, was help me understand how politicians can receive money, and that's a legal thing, because it seems like it's happened long enough that we would either have, I don't know, a big protest or a revolution or something if we really thought our politicians were bought. So maybe it's just maybe my bad relatives or something taught me something I shouldn't have believed. So that's what we originally made this on. But I super appreciate where you guys went with it anyway. Hilarious statement from an outsider perspective. That's what you said.
Me again.
I honestly don't think a two-state solution could happen right now. You have the fact that there are Israeli settlers settling in lands that are Palestinian. Get rid of them. They aren't going to want to move. Tough. Force them. It's called eminent domain. Look at what's left of Gaza and even West Bank. Most Palestinian homes or places are destroyed, and Palestinians are essentially homeless with no infrastructure now. Give them aid. Help them out. The topic kind of wavered from talking about Israel and Palestine to talking about the college protests. Yeah, true. True. We should watch the Flat Earth documentary by Veritas. It'd be funny, but I feel like it's just it's sad. There's a reason why people have ideas like that, why they find each other and why they clump together. And in the clumping, it makes you feel wanted. This goes back to what I was talking about with Christianity and religion in general, that it solves for a problem that secular world doesn't do well, which is, how do you give people a sense of belonging? I bet you these flat earthers feel a belonging sense that the secular world was not giving them. They're definitely not Christians in this group, right? So there's definitely this feeling of abandonment and loss and emptiness that this gives them. What the heck was that? I don't even
Sorry. I didn't know that would play in here.
Oh, it was you.
I thought you'd have soundboard muted, bro.
I guess I didn't.
My bad.
How's it going? I was like, I have no idea. That's not one of my sounds.
Scared the heck out of me.
Yeah. I was like, I've never heard that before in my life. What is my streamer bot doing?
Now my Discord isn't working.
Crazy shit, crazy shit. That's what.
Mom likes the inflammatory news stories that prove her opinions right. Ugh, yeah, I know too many people like that, unfortunately. Too close to my life right now. Everyone that those are meant for do, unfortunately. Yeah. For some reason, I begin getting ads for Reese's peanut butter cups that can only be described as thirst traps. Ooh. I mean, Reese's peanut butter cups are already traps, but that's now they're really wanting to get you to buy. Maybe their numbers are
best trap you'll ever fall into.
I'm trying to stay fitting in my clothes, so I gotta stay away from that kind of stuff.
I'll stay fitting into a Reese's cup wrapper. Like that.
Kit says, Weehaw, you can only be on her side or against her. If I say, no, that's not right, she immediately is like, it's because you're on their side. That's some of the danger about conspiracy theorists, right? Is they can paint a world in which anything that's said different or antagonistic to what they have to say can be painted in a light of you're being manipulated by, you know, right? You're propagandist from China, or Russia's bought your messaging, or like we were talking before, you're governed by Satan instead of the church. There's always a reason why you can't agree with them.
I'm a bad person. Oh,
What?
he left. Dang. I'm a bad person. Back when I worked at Target, I used to try to convince people of random shit I'd make up as a conspiracy theory.
Oh. I've never been that trolling, but that sounds like it could be a fun sport.
This guy was like so just everything that would come out of his mouth was some form of conspiracy theory. It's like one day I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Did you know that Pepsi uses baby skin to flavor their products? And the guy's like, what? No way! Me and like 4 other coworkers just went with it, and we went on and on and on. It turned into all sorts of other crazy stuff. Bill Gates, apparently, according to us in this moment, murdered his roommate back in high school and then in college again, so he could keep all the profits of Microsoft to himself. It's like, we made up the dumbest shit just to see what the guy would believe in, and he never once said anything in terms of like shooting us down.
It's really not
crazy.
Yeah, it's really not about facts. You know, the whole policy of facts don't care about your feelings. They absolutely do care about your feelings. If you feel a certain way by who's saying what they're saying, if you speak with enough authority, if you don't stammer, if you're really good on the fly, especially if you can ad lib, you can get anybody to believe all sorts of crazy things.
Bringing this back to the Flat Earth documentary, some of my favorite things on there. Some of my favorite things for the conspiracy theories that were said about Flat Earth are A, angles don't exist in space because there's no angles in a vacuum. Angles cannot exist in a vacuum. In the absence of air, they just don't exist.
They just straighten up.
I don't know. Yeah, just no angles. Angles cannot exist in space. Another guy, his explanation for the new moon. Oh my god, I love this one. His explanation for the new moon is quite literally, the sun is a man, the moon is a woman, the sun impregnates the moon, and the new moon is the old moon, the mama moon, giving birth to the new moon. It's crazy, and I love it.
That's kind of adorable. It sounds like
so goofy.
It sounds like something you'd hear in a story, not unlike Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, fellas, I am back.
Welcome back.
My stuff entirely stopped working.
Oh, no worries.
I couldn't open any browsers. Discord was fucked. My microphone wasn't connecting. It was over. So I had to restart my PC and come back.
All right. Well, good news. I'm only like 7 minutes behind in back chat, so
hey,
we're catching up. We're catching up.
I love you, Kit.
I'm chill now. I just have been watching coverage over the conflict almost every day since October 7th, so I've seen a lot of coverage of what is happening there. I've seen a lot of documentaries talking about the history of the region, talking about the history of Israelis, Palestinians, political aspects of what's going on all of it. Yeah, Lady Nico is definitely one of our more scholarly on the region, for sure. Peanut butter flavor, Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs, the flavor I savor. Is that a song or something?
No, if
Wait, where is
my
it?
I don't know
Where
what
is
that's
it? Where
from.
is that? Where is that?
This
I need
dude
to
has
find
been
that.
living under a rock.
I don't
Where's that?
I don't consume. I only produce. So if it didn't come out of my mouth, I probably don't know it.
Wait, I need to
It's an
find that.
old goofy commercial rap thing that they had that's gotten memes to hell and back again.
Is that the
Gotcha.
one that had what's his face, Lupa or whatever in it, or is that the old one? I can't. Trying to find it.
I still keep up with Ukraine hella close, but not quite daily now. Yeah, I try to keep up with Ukraine because I feel like it's sort of a magnet point for all the other conflicts. I don't think Israel's necessarily looking at Russia for anything, but I know probably like at least 4 others. We've talked about them on stream before. Venezuela, Ethiopia, and Serbia, and to some degree China, are all looking at the Russians' performance on Ukraine to sort of see what they're going to be doing in the next few years. And we could talk about those some other time, but it's so there's a reason why the Ukraine conflict still kind of like big magnet and shouldn't be
Ignored.
yeah, not just ignored, but like people shouldn't fall asleep on how long it's been going. I think people can get callous to it, right? Like, oh, that again? Nothing's changed for like a week. I'm bored. I don't want to hear anything about it. It's like we should really keep hearing about it.
Yeah.
And Nico Nico ni. Hello everybody.
Hi, welcome.
What the?
はじまして皆さん。お元気ですか？
わあ、もっとね、
私は
元気です。
私
This is what happens when you get a bunch of
すごい. Yeah, a whole bunch of
I'm in a. I don't know what's happening.
you just got inundated with a whole bunch of Japanophiles.
Left and right, left and right.
In my defense, I did not start studying Japanese because I was a Japanophile. I had a friend who happened to be Japanese American, who I just got interested in his family and they're speaking of another language. So it was much less a like infatuation as a foreigner kind of thing.
It's sort of actually similar for me.
Oh, cool.
Back in elementary school, first grade, one of my classmates was born in Japan, came to America. His family all came to America, and he was teaching me like little Japanese phrases and words and stuff. So that got me into anime. That got me into manga. That got me into Japanese as a whole, like Japan as a whole.
That's really cool. Lady Nico said at the
What
end.
about you, Biha?
Anime. I'm a massive fucking weeb. So
Alright,
that's what
alright.
that's why I like Japan. Hey. Well, actually, I also like samurais and shit, but
Alright.
that's it.
And
That's
that's
like the stuff everyone loves.
I just love Japanese culture and the way their society is for the most part. Obviously, the work culture leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
but just everything that makes Japan quintessentially Japan. Getting to see like parts of history, like in little pieces and parts, and then you get really, really modern stuff all mixed together in this tight little area. You see women walking down the street in kimonos. You see someone walking down the street in their full-on gothic Lolita cyberpunk outfits because they're going to a dance club or something. Like it's just an amazing meshing of like past and present, and I love it. Like the language is interesting and beautiful. The food is phenomenal. Like
Japan is scary. It's overwhelming.
It doesn't have to be. The farther out you go into like the burbs of various metropolitan areas, it's really not that as overwhelming as you might think. And if you really wanted to see some of that big city life, you know, it's just like living within driving distance of New York City. New York City, like when you're there, can be a bit much. But if you can get away or you go back home from there, it's you get the best of both worlds. I mean, I kind of feel that way living in Atlanta metro area. If we were in the city, not only would we be living like super poor because it's super expensive, but you just can't get away from all of that stimulus. Whereas if it's just a drive away, then you get big city life if you want, and then you can go be more suburban. Or if we go in the opposite direction, the same amount of time here, we go into where it's just like wildly rural and sprawling forests and prairie lands and stuff like that. So
I have this cool ass keychain. From Japan. It's pretty cool. Pretty neat. It's
I
about
will
my
say-
experience with the country.
I will say, I miss the trains I miss just how polite people were. Like, one of my friends dropped like a 5,000 yen bill, which is like 40, 50 bucks equivalents. And a girl saw my friend drop it, and she followed us for 2 city blocks in Tokyo to give it back to him.
Wow.
Like, think about it. If that was New York City, you'd have 2 different people fighting over it and being like, "No, I saw it first. This is mine. Fuck you."
I'm one of the dumb assholes that would do that for sure. I $50. I don't know. Drop kick a toddler for $50. $50.
God damn. I do it for 20.
Toddlers are innocent for the most part.
Yeah, but if they got money, they got money. Don't underestimate a broke bro.
Okay, I'm
kidding, of course.
I still have a personal invested interest in catching up with chat, but I'm going to skip some to get to the point where, at least where Likos popped in, because Kit looks like is contributing to the actual theme of tonight's topic. The difference between campaign contribution and bribery is merely legal/semantic construct. If I make a large contribution to a politician, the mechanics may be different. That is, I wrote a check to the campaign versus sliding an envelope under the table. However, the intent, motivation, currency, expectation, and result on both sides are the same. Bribery is narrowly defined for a reason. The most likely beneficiaries are the ones who write the laws, and the narrowness makes it difficult to prove. Clever. Politician basically has to be caught on video getting a wad of cash and explicitly stating that he or she will deliver whatever is asked for. But that's a layman answer, so I won't vouch for its validity. The best I could do before I started stream, because I'm in such a crazy time crunch every day, is I saw this webcomic where this kid was like, "Hey, Dad, I want you to give me ice cream every night." And the dad's like, "Well, that's not responsible." And the kid's like, "I'll pay you $1 every night for you to give me ice cream." And the dad was like, "That's bribery." And then the kid was like, "Okay, hey Dad, I'm gonna give you $1 every night just because I like you." And the dad's like, "Okay, I'm listening." And he's like, "But maybe you give me ice cream every night, and if you should stop giving me ice cream, I think I'm gonna stop liking you."
That's manipulation.
And the dad was like, "I can accept those terms." So that's the closest thing I could think of to relating to what a campaign contribution actually looks like. Is subtle nuance. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, though, if that happened, that'd be absolutely adorable. You're raising a manipulative little bastard, but they're adorable.
Honestly, we're one of our 2 kids is getting to the point where she's starting to manipulate the household rules, and I'm trying not to squelch it too much, because there's some goodness in that skill set, right? Like having a young child in your house who's already testing systems. She's 5 right now, testing systems and looking to try to find ways to either manipulate, broker new deals, make exceptions to the rule sets. I'm like, I kind of want you to know how to use these skills right. And I kind of want to bake some of them into the household somehow. Maybe not right now, not as a 5-year-old, because, you know, basically like it's just trying to get out of cleaning a room. But down the line, like as teenagers or whatever, I think it could be pretty smart if we change our household system to one of like, you know, if you can come up with a good reason why we should amend a house rule, like let's make a system about it, and let's teach you a little bit about politics, leadership, and charisma, and making a case. Maybe you have to write up a little paper explaining why you want a rule change. Like I could see this being positive if we kept it up. She's also kind of a bit of a bully, and I'm kind of like, I don't want to teach you to not have leadership ability. So, you know, I don't want to tell you don't tell other kids what to do. Just got to teach you how to do it in a way that they want to follow you. Yeah.
Hey, Dame, I have a quick question.
Were you talking to me, or you sound so far away?
Yeah, sorry, I was.
Oh, there
I
you
was
are.
Picking up some stuff real fast in my room that fell down. I was just wondering if I could. I mean, I'm kind of asking everyone. I was wondering if I could stay in the Discord call, but also start streaming on my own. Is that okay?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for asking. Yeah,
Is that
you're
okay
welcome
with
to.
everyone? Just want to make sure that that's okay with everyone.
No,
There's no
absolutely not. I hate streamers. Streamers are all awful. They're all super manipulative. Hate them all.
Oh!
Absolutely no.
Okay, look.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
If you want to stream me, my services don't come cheap. I need 1 case of vanilla Coke at least once a week.
Yeah, she gets
You
an
know how many
appearance.
toddlers? Do you know how many toddlers I'm gonna have to rob for that?
She gets an
hold up.
appearance
Is that
fee. It's
bribery
true.
Or a campaign contribution?
Appearance fee.
Hey,
Hey,
now.
it's a drink.
Hey.
It's not money. I can drink it and ingest it, and I will be happy. And that makes me happy, and you'll be happy because you'll get to feature me.
Those
So
toddlers
it's a
won't be
campaign
happy.
contribution then. Got it.
All right, thanks for permission. I just wanted to make sure everyone was okay.
Yeah, for sure. You might just want to mute us for a bit while you're doing your intro, so it's not just a bunch of chatter over top of your.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Yeah, I have it. I have it set to where when I do my intro, I do my it's just my camera and my mic, so it doesn't capture any desktop audio.
Okay.
So I can actually stay and do. See, I'm smart like that. I'm smart like that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
No one's in here. That's fine though. Yeah, I will mute in the Discord though because no one wants to listen to an intro. Let's be honest.
It's fair. Ukraine is so much more cut and dry. Palestine should be, but sadly isn't. I'd say both of them are pretty hard sell it, cut and dry. The complexity with Ukraine does lie in the fact that what Russia is doing is trying to liberate Russians, right? We're talking in the Donbass region, especially. There are people who were set up there from previous administrations. I think even in the Soviet Union era, and Russia kind of knew what they were doing, putting ethnic Russians in the Ukrainian border. It was sort of a future-proofing technique, and it looks like it works in its own sort of way. I mean, it's the same technique we saw in Chechnya, same technique we saw in North Georgia. The idea that there could be sympathizers, people who are actually interested in reuniting with Russia in a sort of sense, because now they live in a country that doesn't represent their full interests. And in some cases, like the Georgian government, which I don't agree with the way Russia handles Abkhazia or Ossetia, but Georgia also handled those people very poorly. So it grew dissent among those people, and they felt even more incensed to call on Big Daddy Russia to come down and do something about it. And of course, they were also testing precedent as much as they could to see how many times can a big nuclear superpower get away with invasions by saying, we're a big nuclear superpower, you don't want us to nuke anybody, would you? And the US, among other people, kept saying, oh, yeah, I guess not. I guess we don't. I guess you can have Chechnya. I guess you can have Ossetia, Abkhazia, Crimea, whatever you want. Yeah, you can keep having it. And then we finally decided against that, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. And now Russia's angry because like 5 US weapons are able to take on the entire Russian military.
Yeah. And drones, right? The drones are really a thorn in Russia's side.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then of course, a lot of the Russians, like the people, they don't want this war. They're like, what are we doing?
Yep.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
No.
We were mentioning
it's Putin's war. No one wants it.
Yeah. We were mentioning. Somebody asked me the other night what my favorite music these days was, and I mentioned a band called Ice Peak. Ice Peak is from Russia, and they're banned from playing in Russia because they've been so open about their disdain of Putin's regime. But
Lucky they haven't been assassinated yet.
I don't think they live in Russia right now, so I think that's a big part of it.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
Russia's sending out assassins to try to attack people in Germany and stuff too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It was me who asked that question, Dan.
Oh, it was you. That's right. Okay. Kid says, Mom found out her grandkids are all agnostic and told me they'll find their way back to God like they should. Oof. I mean, if that's what they want, sorry, mom, didn't drown my kids in the church doctrine like I was. My bad. Yeah, that's I mean, in many ways, at least Protestant Christianity is a cult. They really want to do their best to like shoehorn you into the faith and keep you there. That's how Scientology got started. 100%. I've mentioned before on stream that I was pursued by Scientologists. I was actually,
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
was.
mentioned that before.
Yeah, I was assigned a rep, I guess. I don't know what you call them because I don't know. I didn't say yes, so I don't know their internal terms. But it was this really young girl, not a young girl, like a young woman, who found me at what was it? I think it was when I was registering for Central Casting. So this was early in my acting career, and she happened to be there giving out flyers for an event that was like, meet this famous actor. They're going to do a Q&A about how they got by in the industry. There's free food and refreshments there. No pressure, there's no admission fees. It's kind of like somebody who wants to give to the young acting community and help take people under their wing, be a mentor for a day. And I was like, oh, that's a really interesting idea. And I looked at the flyer and I saw where it was published from, and I was like, oh, I get it. It's like a timeshare meeting, right?
Yeah.
6 hours, you sit down, they pay you at the end. Maybe you have, food provided for you, but there's a big sales pitch there. And man, yeah, they really try to shoehorn you in.
Yep. My mom is super into Scientology. Okay, correction. She's into studying Scientology. She's not actually into it.
Gotcha.
She watches all like the people who escaped from Scientology. Has done a lot of research into like how they pursue people after they leave, how they pursue people before, the sort of tactics that they use to recruit, how they convince people, how they trick people, and all just the whole entire shebang.
Wow. Yeah, it's intense.
So I have a very good background in that from her.
Proof that that people do crave that sort of connectivity and these psychological tricks that anybody smart looks at and they go, I can't imagine how any of these would work. Well, they're not for you, right? They're for a different person that's missing something, that's hurting in some way. Like the Christians that say if you don't go to church, you're not going to have morality. They feel that way, and so these ideas that you couldn't imagine working on anybody, they work on those people. There is a subsection, obviously, that is funding Scientology, that's keeping them going because they're susceptible to it. Tara continues, L. Ron Hubbard just made crazy shit up to see if people would believe it as a bet with Heinlein. I haven't heard about that part. I didn't realize it was like an attempt at a bet.
More esoteric stuff?
Maybe.
Can y'all still hear me? I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, 100%.
No, not at all.
Oh, god damn it. I just wanted to thank you real fast, Dame, for one, helping me fix my stream the other day with letting me steal your settings, and two, letting me stream while on VC. That is very kind of you, and I wanted to get my thanks out there real fast. Sorry to interject.
100%.
I wanted to get my thanks out there.
I'm happy to pay it forward. I had plenty of help and plenty of support starting all of this up myself. So yeah.
You stole from Damien?
I provided.
Imagine stealing.
That's illegal. $200 fine.
I steal from. Didn't you just say you drop kick a toddler for $50?
I didn't.
I'm not
say
making
that
up, Amber.
No, bro, that's you. You said that.
Oh, that's me. You said you do it for 20. Same thing.
We have you on record.
I didn't say that.
Look, you're the one that started it.
It's going to be on YouTube forever.
And I meant it.
Yeah, I didn't.
Ah. See, that's where you made a mistake. You said something you don't believe in.
Lady Nico says my mom gets that way with a lot of things, like the BLM protesters and stuff. She would say shit to me like, well, they just should do what the police said and they wouldn't get shot. Wow.
Yeah. I had some fun arguments with them. And then slowly found out my entire family is all Trump lovers. literally, and Republicans. I thought it was just my mom and brothers enjoying watching his stupid ass show, The Apprentice.
He is really convincing in a speech. Not for a certain demographic, but if you were wanting to hear certain things and you weren't getting it from the left and you weren't getting it from previous politicians on the right, you know, your Mitt Romneys and McCains and all that, you might see this as a breath of fresh air. And then with enough of his rhetoric under your belt, anything he says is palatable after that.
Yeah. It's spooky too, how just all what he says, even in the beginning, like very slowly started off very normal, very tame with everything, and slowly just got more and more and more extreme.
Oh,
my dad always prided himself on being very moderate, and shortly after January 6th, he was saying stuff like, yeah, no, unless it comes directly from Trump's Twitter, you can't believe anything.
Wow.
Even if it's like a clip from a speech, you can't trust that. It's just out of context. It's a deep fake. It's manipulated. Unless if it comes directly from his Twitter, you can't believe anything that's ever said. And so that's spooky.
Well, and unfortunately, we do live in a world where that kind of doubt gets presented. And I mentioned before, my algorithm is sort of custom tailored, so I get to see a little bit of both sides. I've very much seen, back when Obama was in office, I saw clips of him in chat with a live audience, and you listen to what he's saying and you're like, wow, how could he possibly have said that? And I listened to the recording. It came with video and everything, and then I went and checked the official transcript, and that was not what he said. It was a really well done editing job, and it was sent, as like a chainmail to a bunch of rightists. I just happened to get it because
that stuff has existed for forever.
I'm in those veins. But yeah, it does make you feel like, wow, maybe I can't believe things that come through traditional media channels. But then the fact that people would believe something like Trump's own word, that's, begging the question. It's his source can't be himself. Yeah. And you couldn't believe an alternative media source as being possible, without fault, because they all have their own agendas and their own paychecks they're trying to make sure that they keep taking in.
Yep. No, I'm personally spooked about what generative AI is going to do for the existence of deepfakes when it's no longer someone who needs to actually be good at editing, but someone that can just boot up an AI and use it and crank something out in like 5-10 minutes.
100%.
So the future of AI is genuinely like a terrifying prospect that I don't think a lot of people take into consideration. We are going to eventually have to live in a world where you straight cannot trust things you see from a video, no matter how realistic they look. You cannot. It's starting to. It's gonna start getting to where video proof isn't proof of jack shit soon, and that is genuinely scary. You won't be able to prove nothing, absolutely jack shit. People in the future could say that on this day during this stream, I said a slur, and they could just make a video, quote unquote, proving it, and I'm fucked.
No.
I'm absolutely fucked.
Not necessarily if you are in a place with other people.
That's true.
Yeah, but that can verify that no, they were here. We were literally talking with them and eating pizza.
I think that might have to be the answer initially, is to treat truth like blockchain. The only reason why a Bitcoin exists in any capacity that can be used as money right now is because it's not just somebody saying, in my digital wallet, I have 1 Bitcoin and I'd like to buy your product. That person could lie and you wouldn't know. They could be faking that they have a Bitcoin. The fact is, it's crowdsourced truth. Everybody agrees that this person has a Bitcoin and therefore it exists. If you only get one source from a video, maybe in the near future, that might not be adequate, and we would need to crowdsource and say, okay, how can we verify this? And not least of which, how can we verify this with people of dissenting ideas, right? If you had 5 people that were all part of the same party, like, oh, well, these 5 people are all together they're all related in some way with deep ties. You know, they've been around each other as like besties or relatives or whatever.
Yep.
Then they all say something happened. There's some motivation there you have to be careful of.
No, I did write a I think I actually brought it up before in your stream when we first met. My final class that I did here to graduate, I wrote a, granted very hampered by page count of the class assignments, wrote a paper about extremist use of AI,
Yes.
generative AI, to create deepfakes and try to sway public opinion and stuff. It briefly has some talk of current countermeasures and mitigations and stuff, but how those are very, very, very quickly being thwarted.
Wow.
Oh,
It's like
hey,
an
I have a
arms
viewer.
race.
That's awesome.
Nice. Congrats.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just got a little bit excited.
Oh, fine.
Kid says, see, we don't have sex ed and now people are getting the moon pregnant.
No. No. Speaking of people not getting...
How dare you impregnate the moon?
Speaking of people not getting sex ed, yeah, I saw a fun post earlier today. So it was some dude who posted a picture of a woman's body, a drawing, not the actual woman, where it shows like the area right above the crotch. You know how like older women, mature women will develop a little mound there, like that lump. This jackass is sitting there saying, "You see that lump? That's where they store the semen. And it can store there for years, and the more they get, the more it builds up." And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, I learn something new every goddamn day on Twitter. This is fascinating.
God damn. That's crazy.
That's what a freaky world.
Oh, I've seen worse. I've seen far, far worse. I've shown you some of them.
Yeah, that's true. We had some of them on stream. I got family in chat. In YouTube. Sorry, not on Twitch. You have to be on all 4 of my live streams to know what's going on all my chats.
Nah, it just shows up in the stream.
Oh, that's true. It does. Yeah, I forgot. You can see it on the overlay. The moon should have kept her knees together or not worn that skirt. Clearly, she had it coming. Yikes. Kit, you're my kind of degenerate.
How could that moon be doing that, seducing the sun like that?
Dude, Kit and Toady have been absolutely on my speed.
Toady is one of our faves. Toady is actually doing the visual portion of tonight's stream with me. So the other character that you see dancing on screen, that's me and Toady.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine being relegated to backup dancer.
Oh.
Wait, you said you have family in the chat, right, Dame?
Yeah. Wait, what are you
hitting an absolutely disgusting combo, and I want your entire family to know it. That was nasty. I did that man so dirty that your entire family needs to know it, Dame.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I hit a 8-piece combo, sent him flying with my other characters too. It was absolutely disgusting. Thank you. I just need to let them know that.
Okay, all right. Just drop by to say hi. Appreciate that. I don't know if I've ever caught you in chat or if you've only lurked before so far. But yeah, I'm 20 minutes past my bedtime, so if I'm kind of tired looking, that's why.
That's why I'm kind of sapped on energy. Like, I have been so tired the last week. So I was gonna lay down and sleep, and then I saw you were streaming, and I'm like, oh, I'll just peek in and say hi, and then discussions happened.
And then it happened. You were roped. You were lassoed in.
The Fire Nation attack.
Yeah.
I am the motherfucking Fire Nation.
See, this place is as bad as a cult. We find ways to get you keep coming back.
True.
I mean, granted, I do like fire, but I always thought I'd be either water or earthbender. I mean, my star sign is a earth sign, but it is a sea goat, so
I'm too dumb. I would have been one of the airbenders that got wiped out right away.
Oh.
Well, they weren't dumb.
That's honestly so real.
I mean, have you looked at Aang?
I mean,
Absolute buffoon.
he's a kid. Of course he's dumb.
Yeah, and a lot of the people that are like a lot of the visualizations of the air nomads and stuff, like a lot of them were goofy.
Yeah, that's true.
They were
That was their
carefree,
local thing.
free-flowing, going where the wind
Yeah,
takes
exactly.
Yeah. Easily dispatched by a well-organized military, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'd be the first to die.
them. They were. It's not that they were stupid necessarily. They were more peaceful and carefree. They didn't like to fight. They didn't like violence.
I'm so much of a coward, I would have just ran away and survived.
It's already come to that time again where I keep getting asked, you're going to vote for Trump again, right? Again? Oh, no, I don't think we should discuss him. I make you feel all sorts of feelings strange here. Yeah, I don't know how you would discuss politics in Texas, Kit. I don't do it here. And we're, more of a swing state sort of place. But, that's not true. People look at me, and I think just the way that I present when I'm out in public, they feel like they can speak to me in a certain way. And they're right to think that, but... It's what's really funny is sometimes the old guard conservatives in Georgia will come up to me and talk to me too, like I'm one of them, probably just a skin color thing, and I'm like, okay, I'll smile and nod and see where this goes. I find this really interesting that you chose me of all people. But, well,
sorry to interrupt real quick. Your wife who said to check Discord.
oh no, oh no,
In trouble.
oh okay.
Nerd.
Yeah, I'll try to cut and run soon, Oz. Yeah.
Taking
All right.
Too long, Damien.
Yeah, I know. Back chat's still back quite a ways. Such a large spiky ball you have there. Do you like it? Do you like this? This is one of my favorite glamours. I worked really hard to make this perfect. It's my attempt at a sky pirate, and there's only so much you can do in this game to sort of get toward that aesthetic, but this is where I went with it. Brokering deals and good bargaining skills are healthy. It helps you know your worth and not get underpaid or underappreciated. Working on that.
What should I play?
Are you encouraging or are you demanding? Might be a good question for bossy versus leadership. I like that. Well, hello, Lady Nico. You here to join the dance party?
I'm here to wah.
Okay.
I have a quick question. I can't decide which game I'm going to play. Should I keep playing Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 or should I switch to Ultra Kill, which is my favorite game to stream? I'm having trouble deciding.
I'd say play your favorite game to stream.
Heck. Yeah.
Your energy alone could be enough to lure folks in because you're playing what you love the most.
Yeah. I love this game so much. Like, you may not like the way it plays, but the story and the themes and how creative it gets is just mwah.
Toady says for me to ever make an appearance on a stream, I need to be paid a pack of Tim Tams. What's a Tim Tam? Not some cheap bitch. Sorry, I'm not great with brands if they don't have an American presence.
I've played this level so much. No.
Alternative to Tim Tams include a coffee, a lemonade, or positive reinforcement. Oh, we're bad at positive reinforcement here. Tara says, we had a Scientology pair come present to my abnormal psych class. It didn't go well for them. Interesting. I bet they probably got analyzed to death. American lemonade is just water, lemon juice, and sugar. Yeah. And bourbon if you come over here. I mean, what? Yeah, just water, lemon juice, and sugar.
Oh, man.
Oh,
yeah, I know
darn
it's
it.
sparkling in a lot of other places. You'd have to ask for it flat to get it the American way. Hubbard and Heinlein were betting over how gullible people were. Hubbard didn't think anyone would fall for it. Heinlein insisted they would,
I
even
might
if it was full of holes. Heinlein won, obviously, and we got Scientology. That's scary. And explains so much about the way Scientology runs. My neighbor posted a Facebook thing about Trump's recent injury proves he's anointed by God. I know other people that believe that too. Took everything I had not to link her the essay about how he's actually the Antichrist. I've read that essay. I'm almost certain we've read the same essay. It makes some compelling points. It's very, you know, you have to take a lot of things religiously to get that to come true, but
Oh yeah, I definitely could see. It's like this dude actually fits the mark with a lot of the shit like that I vaguely remember from reading about. Oh, the Antichrist will come and blah 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 blah, blah and all that shit.
yeah.
It's like the mark of the beast, MAGA hat.
Yeah.
joke. But yeah, I'll not continue on that tangent right now though.
It's hysterical and then sobering when you realize many of these people are in charge of our laws and therefore our lives. Then comes a depression and stress eating. That's why voting in local politics matters so much. So much.
Can I just add how upset I am that Boebert switching to a different district got her reelected?
Right? It almost seems like shopping at that point, right? It's like,
Yeah.
if you don't approve of me, I'll move around until I find somebody who does.
It's like she's like the dumb cheerleader that just never like she's just frozen as the dumb cheerleader for all eternity. Like she's literally arguing with someone like, you wanted to make peeing in public legal again, didn't you? No, that's not what it is. Yes, you did. You wanted to make that law legal. You wanted to make peeing in public legal. He's like, no, I didn't. That's not law. We changed the type of crime it is, but no, we didn't make it legal. So, and then like one of her people tried to stop her, like, Congresswoman, blah blah blah. No, I'm talking right now. I'm speaking with him, and it's just like,
wow.
He tried to save you. He fucking tried to save you. Oh.
Ah, damn. Instagram died without me saying goodbye.
Oh, that sucks.
I always forget to set. I need to set a streamer bot timer. I can't save. I can't save. I can save the Instagram stream now. It's my own fault. I have a timer, but it's like it's hard to stare at when I'm staring at 6 other things when I live stream.
Oh.
The 4 stream life is still a work in progress.
Oh, man.
Also, hello Sam.
Self-care.
Feel like it's been a while. And self-care too. Yeah. Tura says I have the many plants thing, so probably waterbender since that was their oeuvre. Birth sign would be earthbender though. Interesting.
Yeah. I definitely feel more like a waterbender, but
See,
my... Sorry?
Oh, I'm talking to myself. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll move
that's
my
okay.
mic away.
But yeah, by star sign, I'm a Capricorn, and Capricorn is an earth sign.
Yeah.
So I'm tough.
Tim Tams are Aussie chalky bickies. You can buy them at Walmart now. Oh. I can't look at carbs right now. I've been on a fast for a while now. Not to say that I don't eat carbs. It's not a no carb fast. My carbs are in the form of fresh fruit instead of baked goods for reasons.
Fruits and veggies and red, blue, yellow, green, and purple bright colored stuffs.
Yep.
All yum.
Yep. Toady, I am caught up. That also means I'm going to go to sleep. Oh, right as Matt Grenning joins us too.
Quick chat.
Wow.
Start typing.
Don't you dare. I've got I gotta wake up even earlier tomorrow morning because we're bumping our wake up times earlier and earlier every single day. I explained this, right? It's for for kindergarten. Yeah, because she will go to kindergarten well earlier than we're used to waking up. It's even earlier than my day job work shift. So that means we have to get to bed earlier, which means I don't know how streaming is going to work because I always stream till minimum of 2 a.m. Eastern time. But we'll have to figure something out.
Yeah. And don't worry, Damien. Chat totally didn't just randomly blow up for no reason.
I'm not reading any of that, especially not the proof of 1 × 1 = 2, because if you know me, and I think Likos is starting to get to know me, anything involving math, scientific discoveries, linguistics, religion, usually history of religion. Yeah, you're gonna keep me up and keep me talking, so I refuse. Matt's also typing. Love it.
That guy's so funny. I don't remember his name, but like even Neil deGrasse Tyson did a response to him about his supposed proof of 1 × 1 = 2.
Y'all talking about he used to be the actor for like the War Machine in like the first Iron Man. What's his name? Terrence Howard.
Yeah, he's crazy.
He is. I love listening to him because he's so fucking stupid. It's fantastic.
Is this like those sermons from ESO level of crazy?
Wait.
No. He believes himself a scientist and believes that he's following scientific methods and all that stuff, but he just has critical, fundamental issues and just is absolutely crazy. Every conclusion he ever comes to is wrong, and
just listen to him.
And no one can try to counter him because he's like a flat earther in his levels of logic.
Yeah, and he actually like scammed Uganda too, because he was talking about how he's gonna get them these hydrogen like propelled drones, and it's been 2 years.
Oh no!
I don't think Uganda's gotten any hydrogen propelled drones anytime soon.
It's sad when a government gets trolled like that.
Yeah.
If you can find anything funny on him, like a clip show or something like that, post it in my
a Terrence Howard clip show. I will 100% go searching.
Post it in my Discord under probably the Sloth channel. Would be funny. Put it in. People go to Sloth for laughs.
I mean, he is a walking meme. So
yeah,
it really is.
There.
I could pull a toddler. Like a toddler is a bit too much. I could pull a first grader out of their math class and ask them, "Hey, champ, sport, what is 1 × 1 = 1 × 1 =?" And they will say, "1." What are you talking about? It's the most simple thing to understand. It's so funny. I could explain it to a fucking ape and they would understand it. I genuinely could. I could take a chimpanzee and teach them math, and they would understand that 1 × 1 = fucking 1 every day of the week.
Yeah.
I could explain it right now with this this little icebreakers container I have. I have 1 container of icebreakers duo with 1 mint in it. 1 container of 1 mint. How many mints do I have? 1 fucking mint. I didn't. A second one didn't magically spawn. It didn't split off via mitosis. It's hilarious. I like raving about it. Makes me chuckle.
I also like his claim that anything squared is always higher, and he tries to use 0.5 × 0.5 or 0.5 squared as an example of how anything squared is always higher. Because he insists that 0.5 × 0.5 is 1.
This fucking buffoon.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Guy is funny.
I could explain
He's
that.
funny.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. It genuinely is ridiculous how people get he is huffing his own farts so much that he thinks he's this genius mathematician, and pit him against a first grader on a math test. He's losing.
Always the entertainments.
Yeah. All right, you lovely people. I gotta go, so I can actually wake up tomorrow morning and be functional as a human being. Thank you.
All right.
I'll see you
Bye,
later.
Dane. I'll continue my stream. Bye,
Before I pop out of here, Weehaw, do you want to shout yourself out?
I will happily shout myself out, giving an opportunity. You can find me on Twitch. I'll type my username in the chat real fast. You can find me on Twitch, username Weehaw Wang. I'm streaming right now. We'll probably be streaming for, see, what time is it? Like another hour. If you want to pop in, you fellas are probably tired, but if you want to pop in, say hello, come
Best
stop by.
fixed dance
I'm
stream
currently
I've seen all
playing
week.
Plague Inc., but I often change which games I'm streaming halfway through. But come stop by. I'd love to see it. Love to say hello.
Thanks. And Likos, would you like to shout yourself out as well?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll shout him out.
Do it. Announcer
Uh,
voice. Go.
Go.
No.
Follow Nico.
Shit.
Go
Wait.
watch his streams. They're awesome. They're incredible. I've watched them personally. They're pretty
Yes.
nice. Go watch
Like-
him. He's pretty funny. If you couldn't tell just by this conversation. So
Like-
please go check him out.
Lycos is a good little bean.
Wait, is it Lycos or Likos?
I thought it was Liko.
Gotta say that Bun Dancer is pretty good.
I would agree with you, Toady. I don't know who they are. Teal? I've never seen that person before. I'm just kidding. Thank you, guys.
Greenland is
Yeah.
100% infected. All right.
Yeah.
Bye, Dame. It was fun.
Bye
All
bye.
right. Have a good night.
Hey, you
Stay
too.
up on me.
All right. You lovely people, you've been wonderful. I know we started off in one topic as our distinct interest to go do research on. We did basically none of that. We got derailed on some really deep topics. I saw some heated conversation, but like get moderated by the people engaged in it, and I tribally love that. I am so amazed. I wasn't even caught up, and things were taken to a place where I think culturally we're all in line with each other. There's a vibe, there's a feeling, there's an understanding that even in very complex quagmire conversations where things are just intractable to really solve, especially in the chat of somebody's live stream, you took it to a place that was comfortable without ad hominem. Nobody getting to the point where things became a negative experience for the overall community and vibe that we're building here. I super appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you all have done for me over the course of 2024. I'm only seeing amazing stuff happening so far. I'm a nerd with the metrics, so I'm always watching to see how viewership goes, how followers go, subs and revenue, and a pathway to partnership with YouTube, which means watch hours. I'm watching the watch hours graph moving, which means you all are contributing and doing your part. Those of you that have the free browser tab to do so, and maybe a home experience, or even if you can leave home and leave a browser tab open. No, that's probably YouTube might not want me to say that. But everything you're doing is counting, and it's growing this community, and it's ultimately contributing to that master plan that I talk about every once in a while. Won't be tonight because I got to go. But and Silvos, now you're coming back while I'm saying goodnight, of course. Yeah. Your character is OI. I don't know what that is, but I don't abbreviate names, so yeah. Yeah, if you're on Instagram and you're watching this on VOD on some other platform, I'm sorry I didn't say goodnight. I still have to work out the kinks on how to get a good timer going for that. If you're on YouTube or Kick, thank you just for being here. If those of you who aren't on Kick,
Kitty Trouble Games just subscribed.
Silvos, I super appreciate that. Kitty Trouble Games was somebody who, through the course of last year, not only contributed time, guidance, soft hints to a number of the games that we were playing in long form, especially across multiple franchises, but also, and I didn't really say this much per se in all of my streams, but a good number of the games that we were able to play last year that sort of cemented me as a part-time puzzle gamer were because Kitty also took the endeavor upon herself to lend her Steam library of puzzle games so that I could have content, engage with you all in sort of a deeper, more meaningful way than a lot of the multiplayer nights we were doing, which I think inspired and encouraged me to eventually pick up Myst this year, and also just to get into more deep chat conversations, period. A lot of where we are today in branding came from what we did with our puzzle game nights last year, and Kitty's a big contributor to that whole trajectory, so I appreciate the gift. My character's name is just Teal Delphinium because I couldn't think of anything other for the other letters in Toady at the time. Oh, interesting. Is that really? That's I've never heard a backstory like that before. It's actually a very interesting reason why your character's named the way she is. Cool. I still pop in from time to time. I'm just not as big into the Myst series. No worries, we got other stuff planned after that. And our Thursday streams have been getting really interesting because the Mother series is weird and wacky. Doesn't have as much puzzle solving to do, but I've really been enjoying Thursdays. So if you're looking for the next time we stream, it's tomorrow, which is Thursday, which means we're going to be playing more Mother 3. Should be a lot of fun. It's been weird. I hear this one's really emotionally wrenching, and so I'm looking forward to see where that develops out. We already had a big twist last stream, and you can see that in the VODs on youtube.com. Yeah, all my characters share my initials, just not always in the same order. What's the plan for Friday? That's a good question. I usually talk these days. I've been talking with Oz, Nico, and Lost about what we all do, because Fridays are almost always multiplayer streams, but it's been up in the air. Lost was on vacation for a little while, out of town. Nico's been trying to push through the Dawn Trail content, which I can't be participant to. We don't have the expansion, and I don't want to see any spoilers. And Oz has had some ups and downs with health. Nothing to like run to the ER for, just it's made it harder for her to decide exactly what a Friday is going to look like for herself in advance. So I don't know, and I don't know if I'm going to know in the next day, except we try to make it multiplayer. Yeah. I haven't played a whole lot of the Mother series, but I played Omori and Undertale, which are inspired and both good. And I intend to at least play Undertale and possibly Omori on stream after we're done with Mother 3. Yeah. So I'm excited to see how Mother has influenced other game developers in the future. Good stuff. All right. If you're on YouTube and Kick, I'm saying goodnight to you now. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. And if you're not on one of those platforms, consider making a profile at kick.com and following me at kick.com/DamienHolme. If I farm enough followers, then I hit affiliate, because I've hit all of the other affiliate benchmarks so far. If you don't already sub to me on YouTube, please consider doing so and watching my VODs. I even put them on playlists, so you can watch hours and hours of my VODs easily. And we are looking to farm a whole bunch of watch hours to get me partnered on YouTube for the second time around. I was partnered before they changed the requirements, and I'd like to do it again for the master plan, and your watch hours can make it happen. Some of you are already doing so. I'm watching that graph move, Anybody else who can do it, it's free except for the electricity that you run to watch YouTube videos. And I super appreciate your faces if that's the means that you have to contribute. We also have this donation goal thing that I didn't talk about all day today, but it's there. It's for audio hardware for the stream. And if you want to see the production value of this whole endeavor advance, you can contribute to that. All subs, gift subs, donos, bits, the whole shebang, move that bar. Some of them wait until the payout cycle to fill, so you do see this bar fill in not a very steady sort of fashion, but it does happen, and the goal is set till all the way to the end of the year, so I'm not trying to pressure anybody into making that thing fill fast. It's there, and it'll be there for a while. Yeah. Gonna pass out now? Yeah, me too. I'm gonna pass out now. So if you're on Twitch, hang tight. We're gonna say goodbye to the other streams right now. Good night, all you lovely YouTube and Kick folks.